behind us now. Now all that I have are memories of you and me. Maybe that is for the best. It's not the same as you used to be. I remember those days with joys in life. It's all back behind us now. I remember those.
This guy has requested one. What is the phone? So the extension. Sijui kama unasikia sauti yangu. Hebu just check kama unasikia sauti yangu. 1 2 1 2 testing 1 2. What Wi-Fi are you using?
Not looking back, eyes on the freeway, Bonnie and Clyde, a classic cliche. We're on the run. This is what we waited for. Take my hand, we'll make it somehow. We can't miss out. I'm done living life with the lights out, down with my own doubts. Baby. Oh, baby. Oh, come on and let's go, let's be free. Yeah, be free, be free, be free with me. But I let the sun shine in the day. I'm trying to make this darkness go away. I'll paint with colors and I'll sing until my lungs give out. I'm gonna let the sun shine in the day. I will leave my windows open so that I can hear the sound of people talking and the wind blowing in the trees. Oh, I will open up my eyes so I can see the light. Oh, and I'll try to spread my wings so I can fly. Oh, and the darkness starts to fade. Feels like things are gonna go my way. I'm gonna let the sun shine in the day. Gonna let the past be filled with smoke. I will try to fix what has been broken. Take this weight off my shoulders, cause I know yesterday ain't coming back. I'm gonna let the past stay in the cold. Listen to the ocean, that it's unsaid, words be spoken, and I'll let my mind be carried by the waves. Oh, I will open up my eyes so I can see the light. Oh, and I'll try to spread my wings so I can fly. Oh, and the darkness starts to fade. Feels like things are gonna go my way. The sunshine in the day. Oh, I will open up my eyes so I can see the light. Oh, and I'll try to spread my wings so I can fly.
Oh, and the dark, the stars to fade, and the black things are gonna go my way. I'm gonna let the sunshine in the day. Everybody makes mistakes, because no one can be perfect. It was just one kiss, but that don't justify it. I know what I did was wrong, but it's like I did it just to spite you, because all we ever do is fight. Oh, and I really think it's time we say goodbye. Baby, I'm too fed up with us. I can't take no more screaming, hurting each other's feelings. Baby, I'm just too tired and talk that you don't wanna listen. It's better we leave it all behind. It hasn't always been like this. Remember when we were in love? You were always there for me, and we could talk for hours. I don't know what happened to us. Oh, 'cause we bring each other down right now, and I don't even know why. You know, I really think it's time we say goodbye. Baby, I'm too fed up with us. I can't take no more screaming, hurting each other's feelings. Baby, I'm just too tired to talk. You don't wanna listen. It's better we leave it all behind. You will see me walking out the door. It's better this way, you know this ain't working anymore. It's something that we should have done a long time ago. You know, I think we should say goodbye. Baby, I'm too fed up with us. I can't take no more screaming, hurting each other's feelings. Baby, I'm just too tired to talk. You don't wanna listen. It's better we leave it all behind.
It never rains in California. The sun is always shining bright. People are smiling, making plans, hiding behind their shades, and you're doing the same. No rain, no flowers, nothing's growing where you're at. Heart is fire, but baby, I bet you're cold without me, even when it's 90 degrees. Without me, I bet that you can get any sleep in that bed, lying awake, 'cause I'm not inside. Never rains in California. The sun is always shining bright. But if the sky would open up, you're staying home, you don't get it. You always used to love the rain, but LA changed you. No rain, no flowers, nothing's growing where your heart is fire. But baby, I bet you're cold without me, even when it's 90 degrees. Without me, I bet that you'd be getting asleep in that bed, lying in bed. 'Cause I'm not this. Ain't no flowers, nothing's growing where your heart is fire. But baby, I bet you're cold without me, even when it's 90 degrees. Without me, I bet that you'd be getting asleep in that bed, lying in bed. It never rains in California. The sun is always shining bright. I know that I haven't been who I was. I am supposed to be the one you can try. I feel so useless cause I let you down. I hope there's some way I can make it alright. Cause I know that you deserve much more than this. If you give me one more chance, I swear I'll try my best to always be there. And I won't. I've been so selfish and made you believe that you're not good enough, but you're all I need. I take you places that you've never been. I would give you the world if you let me try again. Yeah, just give me one more chance. I swear I'll try my best to always be there. And I won't. You know what to do if you go. Just give me one more chance. I swear I'll try my best to always be there.
Give me some time, Give me some time to get stronger. I'll be okay. Just give me a little bit longer. Yeah, we're gonna win the struggle we're in. It's never goodbye. It's never goodbye till it's over. Come back to life. I was so crazy to lose you. Just come back to life. Let's never do what we used to do. Even without blame, I got enough. So come back I hope you're all good. I hope you're all good where you are now. It's probably too late, but here I am reaching my arm out. I want us to win the struggle we're in. It's never goodbye. It's never goodbye till it's over. Just come back to now. Let's never do what we used to do. So come back to I hope you're still with me. This time will be different. Let's make a decision now. So come back to life. I was so crazy to lose you. Just come back to life. Let's never do what we used to. Life is a winding road, no telling where it goes. Driving through days and nights, won't stop for traffic lights. And I really wanna know if I'm figure where the road goes. And if I'm falling down, I will keep on searching for my highs. Say I lost my mind, I will keep on holding my head high. Even if the sky is falling down. Jumping from cliffs so high, trusting our wings to fly. Sometimes we're crashing down, but we get up and start from the ground. And I really wanna know if I'm figure out where the road goes. Falling down, I will keep on searching for my highs. Say I lost my mind, I will keep on holding my head high. Even if the sky is falling down, even if the sky is falling down, sky is falling down. The sky is falling down. The sky is falling down. Sky is falling down. Come to the water where you will find peace. Take a step into the river. Get down on your knees. Come to the mountain while taking in the view. You will find the life is greater than you knew. When you go through the storm, I will hold you, keep you warm. When you stay in the night, I will shelter, I will find. I will find. Oh, you're broken and you're shattered, point of no return. You pick up the pieces and you let the bridges burn. So come to the water, sailing with the breeze. Take a step into the river where you will find peace. When you go through the storm, I will hold you, keep you warm. When you stay in the night, I will shelter, I will fight. Oh, I will fight. Through the storm, I will hold you, keep you warm. When you stay in the night, I will shelter, I will fight. I will fight. So come to the water where you will find peace. Take a step into the river and get down on your knees.
I look at you, you make me blind. Or do you have to be so beautiful all the time? I know I can't be with you. It's killing me to see you with someone else. What to do? Now I'm in the corner watching you smile, watching you smile. I can't get over you. I'm losing my mind. All of the things that I wish I could tell you every time when you pass me by. I fall in love. There's something about you. I wish you were mine. And if I only could be there to hold you, it feels like I start breathing with you. something about you. I wish you were mine. So many times I wanted to put my arms around you just to be close to you. And in my head, it's just you and I. And I don't know why I feel this way. Now I'm in the corner, watching you smile, watching you smile. Ooh. Now I can't get over you, losing my mind. All of the things that I wish I could tell you every time when you say goodbye. I fall in love. There's something about you. I wish you were mine. If I only lose you, it feels like it's sorry. You're right. It's you. I wish you were mine. I wish you were mine. 'Cause every time you pass me by, I fall in love. I fall in love. All of the things that I wish I could tell you every time you pass me by, I fall in love. There's something about you. I wish you were mine. And if I only could be there to lose you, it feels like it's free when you're around. I wish you were mine. There's something about you. I wish you were mine. You said it was the last time, but you keep coming back to tell me sorry that you take back all the things you said just to hurt me. Oh, I just went cold, but I'm still burning. Oh, I just went cold. Oh. I keep on making the same mistake. I always let you back in. When I begin to get myself together again, you are back once more like everything's the same. Try to build my walls up, but you're taking them down. It's tearing me apart, I can't pretend. Now I have to get over you again. Said it was the last time, but you keep coming back to show me sorry you have changed now. But it's the same old story. And I just went cold, but I'm still burning. And I just went cold. I keep on making the same mistake. I always let you back in. I begin to get myself together again. You are back once more. Try to build my world back. You're taking them down. Tearing me apart, I can't pretend. Now I have to get over you again. Have to get over you again. To get over you I keep on making the same mistake. I always let you back in. When I begin to get myself together again, you are back once more, like everything's the same. I try to pick my words up, but you take it down. Staring me apart, I can't pretend. I have to get over you again. I have to get over you again.
I don't think that I'm being that selfish right now. You said yourself you'd be breaking it without. I can understand you're tired of this town. And I'm not saying that we have to settle down now. Just remember this. We could have been stardust, same world, but without us. Something made us find each other out there. Made us realize we're more than just stardust. Ignore this fact if you must. To do what your dreams are telling you to do. And I'll be out there looking for someone like you. Stardust, stardust. I'm the lazy one, so I guess I should have known. You said yourself you wanna do this alone. What if your dreams are making it hard to think straight? You still love me, I can wait, I can wait. And remember this. We could have been stardust, same world, but without us. Something made us find each other out there. Made us realize we're more than just stardust. Ignore this fact if you must. To do what your dreams are telling you to do. And I'll be out there looking for someone. I don't think you're supposed to go. Maybe you just should go. But we should just live together. We could have been stardust, same world, but without us. Something made us find each other out there. Made us realize we're more than just stardust. Ignore the fact if you must. To do what your dreams are so new to. And I'll be out there looking for someone. I know that you are having a hard time right now. That everything seems to crumble around you. I know that you all alone in this world, but you have to put your trust into us and we will help. you through, 'cause we only want what's best for you. I know that you are having trouble believing right now that everything is gonna be, it's gonna be alright. I know that you are all alone in this world, but you have to put your trust into us, and we will help you through, 'cause we only want what's best, what is best for you. Know that you are alone in this world, but you have to put your trust into us, and we will help you through, 'cause we only want what's best for you. For you, what's best for you. For you. I've been feeling so small. Watch the clock ticking off the wall. But tonight I'm letting you go. Spend my coin for sure. Gonna be myself, I could be someone else. No one's stopping me now. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. I just wanna feel it right. It's just what I do when I'm out. So try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at these beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me. Nothing can break me. Try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at these beautiful stars. I wanna take a trip to Mars. Nothing can break me. No, nothing can break me. These beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Lay my troubles to rest. Blow smoke through my cigarette. Sitting, that's looking fine. I know this is my time now. Gonna be myself, I could be someone else. No one's stopping me now. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. I just wanna feel alive. It's just what I do when I'm out. So try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at these beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me, no, nothing can break me. Try not to hold me down. Feel me die when I'm in this town. Look at these beautiful stars. I wanna take a trip to Mars. Nothing can break me, no, nothing can break me. Beautiful stars, I wanna drive a faster car. I'm gonna be myself. I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna be myself. I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. Try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at these beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me. Nothing can break me. Try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at these beautiful stars. I wanna take a trip to Mars. Nothing can break me. Nothing can break me.
Do you remember 20-something years ago? Those cold nights in December and the sound of the falling snow. The fireplace warming us, the VHS movie box, your old broke down touring bus, not a single cloud in the sky. If I could go back in time, I'd pack my bags right now. If I could play back rewind, I wouldn't think twice. A pair of jeans and a dusty shirt, we didn't have a dime. No, you and me were poor as dirt. All we had was time. Do you remember? Sneaked it out in the night. Me playing the band up and you singing, oh, it's alright. Beating hearts full of lust, shiny stars over us. Just a dream guiding us, not a single cloud in the sky. If I could go back in time, I'd pack my bags right now. If I could play back my life, I wouldn't think twice. A pair of jeans and a dusty shirt, we didn't have a dime. No, you and me were poor as dirt. All we had was time. All we had was every bad thing and every good. I wouldn't change it if I could. 'Cause it all led us up to this. Every moment, every kiss. If I could go back in time, I'd pack my bags right now. If I could play back rewind, I wouldn't think twice. A pair of jeans and a dusty shirt, we didn't have a dime. No, you and me were poor as dirt, and all we had was time. When you and me were poor as dirt, and all we had was time.
Hello. Morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
About to begin our processes. Today's conference of presentations on the tastes, nutrition, health, and well-being. In fact, yeah, you can help me with the program. Very soon, I'd like to let everyone know that we have already received the ambassador of the ITL. The Italian ambassador is already here with us. He is joining us soon. And as soon as he comes in, we are going to begin the program with prayers. After which, our technical team will have to give us the national anthem, beginning the East African anthem and then our national anthem. So I hope that is in order. So we are going to have the Italian anthem and then Kenyan anthem. That's what I'm informed. So that's what we have. So we'll have the Kenyan anthem first, followed by the Italian anthem. Are we in order with that? Kenyan anthem first, then Italian anthem. Yeah? Okay. So there will be 3 anthems. That's in order. Okay. So I hope all of us already have program, which will be following. I want also to take this special opportunity to welcome the Nutrition and Dietetics student fraternity from Imperial College, Thika, isn't it? You have the team here. I'm excited to receive you here today. Last time I was in Imperial. So today you are under our house. You can see our house is good. Eh? Yeah. Are you enjoying being a nutritionist? Yeah, this is one of the boards that has grown too fast. People thought we are a very young institution. Only those who don't know us. But those who know the field understand conceptually that this is a big institution with big brains like yours coming in. Eh? Otherwise, you'd have not attracted other countries to come in, including Italy. Italy is just a tip of the iceberg. Eh? We have more countries joining us in this. So I want you to feel at home and be comfortable because this is your institution, especially the nutritionists and dietitians. This is your home. Without you, there is no body. And if you look at the act, it's very clear that it is the nutritionists. These are body corporate, but it is, who are those body corporates? It's the nutritionists. So it's you. So feel part and parcel of this as we are going to welcome our visitors. Kenya, you can alert Dr. Keo that we are ready. So they can come up now. Yep. It's coming in. So the ambassador will sit here. We'll direct the ambassador there. And that's okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Do we have our team? You're continuing to admit our team online? How many do we have online so far? 14. Confirm. Those online, I want you to confirm if you are hearing us. Are we interacting? If you're
Yes,
interacting,
we can.
see the word yes. Oh, Barney's.
Yes, how are you?
So
I wish I could turn back time. Oh, stay up all night, sing songs on the terrace. We didn't mind it.
you allow Bernice to say hi. She's a member of the council. Bernice Ken.
Hello, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Thank you very much. Any other member of the council online? Is the chair in? Our chair, Dr. Evelyn Geriatric. Bernice, could you confirm for me any other member of the council online?
I think I'm the only one.
Okay. Okay.
It's only me.
Oh, only you. All right. The colleagues who are online feel part and parcel of the process today. And today is a symposium with a major theme on taste, nutrition, and health matters of well-being. Hosted in KNDI, or Kenya Nutrition and Dietitians Institute, ATRI-PLC, which is basically a research wing of the Kenya Nutrition and Dietitians Institute. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the ambassador together. And with the arrival of the ambassador, we are straight away going to go to the program. And I would immediately call Dr. David to come and lead us in the word of prayer. Good morning. Thank you, everyone. It's time to pray. Let's bow and pray. Almighty and everlasting Father, the great I am, we are here to thank you this morning. We are thanking you because you are God, the Almighty. We thank you for the spirit of excellence, divine direction, and wisdom. We ask you to guide this process. Lord, we know when you do it, we shall be careful to return all the glory to you. We are here for a great science, and we are asking you for the spirit of excellence in science, divine wisdom, and the wisdom that is essential. We ask you again to bless the two countries, Kenya and also Italy. And we also ask you to bless this council and, of course, the management of Italiano Institute, Cultural Institute. We thank you and we believe in you in the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you very much, Dr. K. His Excellency, the Ambassador of Italy in Kenya. Our Chair in absentia, Dr. Evelyn Geriatric, the CEO. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are now going to officially begin the symposium, first and foremost by rising up and having our anthems. We are going to begin the anthems, beginning with East Africa, Kenya, then Italy. So could we rise up, all of us? Technical. Kenyan national anthem. Thank you very much. So with that, let's all be seated. So after that, I'm going to call upon the CEO of the Kenya Nutritionist and Dietitians Institute, Dr. David O'Kay, for welcoming remarks and recognition of guests. Good morning once again. You are good and you're in good health. So this is a welcome remark and of course, feel at home. We are right at the center of Mavokok sub-county. So this is part of Nairobi metropolitan, not far from the city center. I think it's about 12 minutes through by express road to the city. So, and we have space to breathe. Can we clap for ourselves? Now, today is a great day for us, and this is a symposium which also comes in as part of our collaboration with the Italian Cultural Institute when it comes to matters of sharing knowledge during the week, Italian week, cultural week or cuisine, which is worldwide. And we want to say that it's not the first time. We are doing this the second time, and that is an indication that we have been in good working collaboration. Can we clap for ourselves, for those who... So in my opening remark, probably I want to, His Excellency, the Ambassador, Roberto Natali, we welcome you again to KNDI. We did that virtually. Now you are here physically. As I said earlier, that means that we are in good spirit. And so Kenya Nutritionist and Dietitians Institute, a very, very, very important institute in the country, is created by an act of parliament. And that is Act number 18 of 2007. It is called Nutritionists and Dietitians Act, number 18 of 2007. And in the Kenyan law listing, it is under Chapter 253B. Normally, we shorten it as Cap 253B. And this parliamentary mandated agency is operating within the health sector in the country under the State Department of Public Health and Professional Standards, and within the Ministry of Health on matters of nutrition and dietetics in the country. This is one of the acts that is self-regulating, which means the professionals take full mandate of what they are doing for the country, and they take full accountability and responsibility. And we have 11 functions. One is to determine and set a framework for professional practice in the country. That is for nutritionists and dietitians. And then set and enforce standards of professional practice and ethics on nutrition and dietetics. And then enforce programs of quality assurance for the nutrition and dietetic profession. And then approve institutions for purposes of training persons seeking registration under the Act. And we are lucky to have one institution whose license is ready on the same day when we have the symposium. And they are seated here waiting to receive their license after this conference. And then research into and provide public education on nutrition and dietetics. That is why we are here. And then maintain the competence of members by updating their knowledge through publications and conduct of continuing professional development. That is why our professionals online and those here physically are lined up for CPD points. For them to be licensed to practice in the country, they must attain at least 14 points. So this symposium will give them 1 point. It means they have to attend several to update their knowledge with the current scientific framework. And then provide training for nutritionists and dietitians, then design programs and methods for sensitization on suitable dietary habits. And we know the current diet has changed when we talk of the fast foods, the slow foods. That is a tug of war that needs to be clarified, and many other aspects. And then finally, working jointly with other bodies, participate actively in the review of food supplements, and nutrition supplements. And if you walk to any supermarket today, if you pick Weetabix, you will see a logo indicating that they have gone through a value chain process of quality, and they have been endorsed for that purpose. And we also have recently the fresh fries. If you get it from the supermarket, again, you'll see the logo indicating we are active in review of such foods. So today, we want to say that we are happy to host the Italian Embassy by extension and the Institute, Cultural Institute, during this important week for the country of Italy. And so with our responsibility, we have a wing in KNDI which deals with research that is hosting this event. And this is hosted by ATRI programs and spearheaded by the Journal of Nutrition and Dietetics. This is a scientific journal, and it is the one that will carry the content of this symposium. And I know we have so many researchers today. The theme is very simple: taste, nutrition, health, a matter of well-being. And I'm very happy with this because many times I've told many scientists that nutrition is not a health matter. Health is a component of well-being. And so nutrition is a well-being matter. And if you get it from the author of medicine, Hippocrates, he says, let food be thy medicine. And thy medicine also be thy food. So food is everything when it comes to well-being. So let me take then this opportunity to welcome all these great scientists that we have here and also all the participants. And I would want to recognize guests in the following order. Number one. And as I do that, you help me clap for them. We have the ambassador of Italy to Kenya, His Excellency Roberto Natali. Are we not happy? Thank you very much. And with the ambassador, we have Dr. Elena Galenza, Cultural Institute of Embassy of Italy, the director of Italian Cultural Institute. You can clap for her. Then we have Professor Mauro Sarafini, full professor of human nutrition from University of Teramo. Can you clap for him? Then we have Dr. Alivoni Luka, the longest in Kenya, staying in Kenya. I want to be correct. He's the one that has stayed more in Kenya. And you'll give him a different club, maybe 2 factorial. Executive Director of the Global Resilience Partnership. Can we do 2 factorial? That is not how we do factorial. Can we repeat it again? No. Ta, ta, ta. Can we do 2 factorial? Okay, thank you. You're good students now. Then we have Dr. Adele Rocato, United Nations Environmental Program. Can we clap for her? She's here. Then on one of our own, the greatest scientist in the house, Professor Gordon Nguka, Masinde Muliro University, and also the chair of Accreditation Committee, whose functions are mentioned. And we are happy to have him as our master of ceremony today. Then we have Dr. Beatrice Kiage, Jomo Kenyatta University of Science and Technology, and also a faculty member at Kenya Nutritionists and Dietitians Institute. We clap for her. We are very gender sensitive when it comes to matters of science. So you can see our guest speakers are both male and female. And then we have also online some of our council members who are spearheading this process. We can clap for them. And then we have all our training institutions invited to participate. And we gave them a free link with all their students. And as you can see physically, we have the Imperial College students, and we also have staff, which means we have another set online. And then finally, the most important people, the drivers of these programs of KNDI under an act of parliament, the professionals of nutrition and dietetics. Can we clap for them? Now, with that, then I want you to help me or join your hands and help me welcome the ambassador to come and give us his opening remarks and also open this symposium officially, because this is purely at the core of Italy. So we give him the chance to be the one opening. May we stand and help me invite him, and then we can take back this to Professor Nguka. Karibu sana. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, authorities, professors, scientists. We have scientists here, Dear friends, I'm particularly pleased to take part in this event today in Mlolongo at the Kenya Dietitians and Nutritionists Institute. We are here in the framework of the Italian Week for Cuisine in the World, which is an annual event by the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, and carried out by the Italian diplomatic network in the world, aimed at promoting Italy's culinary and agro-food traditions in the world. This is the 8th edition, focusing on the theme, Dining with Italian Cuisine, Well-being with Taste, which means that we can have cuisine, we can eat, but we have to do that in a healthy way. It is important. That's the reason why many scientists study this subject. You know how important culture is for my country in general, and how much food, oil, wine are essential for the Italian cultural tradition. And actually, our event of today aims at promoting the cultural, economic, and scientific facets of Italian inner gastronomy. But it also encourages the diffusion of the Mediterranean diet, highlighting the importance of adopting a balanced, health-conscious approach to food. In this regard, a particular attention is also given to the importance of using top quality ingredients. That's important too. Italy has recently launched the UNESCO candidacy of Italian cuisine for the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. In fact, Italian cuisine is not just food or a simple recipe book, but it represents a set of social practices, habits, and gestures that lead to considering the preparation and consumption of the meal as a moment of sharing and meeting. And wine is not just for drinking, but it's very appreciated because it accompanies and gives more value to a good meal. A ritual whereby food is a cultural element of identity. In Italy, cooking is a way of taking care of family and friends when done at home, or customers when done in a restaurant. An expression of creativity and knowledge that becomes tradition as it's transmitted between generations. It is also a form of biodiversity protection based on not wasting anything, on the reuse of leftover food and seasonal products from the various territories. We can say that the UNESCO candidacy means explaining to other states what is behind our products: history, culture, biodiversity, environment, well-being. And our cooperation with Kenya Dietitian and Nutritionist Institute started last year, as you say, within the framework of the Week of the Italian Cuisine as well. In 2022, we organized together a well-participated seminar, especially online, named Conviviality and Innovation, the Ingredients for a Sustainable and Healthy Diet, focusing on food and sustainability. We want to facilitate a platform where Italian and Kenyan experts in the food sector can compare their experiences and exchange views on issues of common interest. For that reason, we have with us a special guest, Professor Mauro Serafini, who is full professor of human nutrition at University of Teramo in Italy. For a long time, he has been studying the mechanism of body's resistance, correct me if I'm wrong, to dietary-induced stressors, and the role of plant foods in modulating antioxidants, anti-inflammatory, and cell-mediated immune response in humans. And then I'm happy to greet Mr. Luca Alinovi, an Italian agronomist based in Kenya, working with the aim of improving the quality of agricultural products. In particular, he has focused his research on the theme which is becoming increasingly important in agricultural fields, the problem of aflatoxin. And it's something of a deep scientific meaning. He will talk about that because I'm not an expert, but on many occasions we have been talking about that, so something I know. And now I would like to leave the floor to our experts who will help us to understand a little more about the scientific elements of a good and healthy diet, of which the Italian way of preparing recipes and meals is a clear and renowned example. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, the Ambassador. That was mouth-watering speech, full of wisdom, and giving us heavy background of Italy, especially the historical aspects around food and feeding habits. I like the component of comparison and trying to learn from each other. That infusion will be good for us going forward. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we start on the technical aspects, as has already been presented by His Excellency, we are going to take a group photo right here. So that will be our first. Then after which, Dr. Kiage to prepare. She'll be the first. No, Professor, is it? Let me just check. I just want to be sure. Why is Kenya? Professor will start. Yes, so Professor Mauro Serafini will start. So immediately after the photo session, then Professor will take. Thank you. So can we organize ourselves? Yes. Can I have my staff? Yeah, please. Very much. Okay, then you need to go. Yeah. Can I have Can I have the staff quickly? Very fast. You can spread. We can have our day.
Talents are working on that. That's more people on this side and really like so. I think you need some other side.
Oh yeah. So, okay. So use your skill. So what do you want to do? So like this cover and kind of have some standard like we can just put some seats or we can reach we can have a so we sit here. So we sit
Now you can all go behind.
Okay, can you come with Okay. So let me have the pleasure of inviting Professor Mauro Serafini from University of Teramo. Professor, welcome.
Having a subject when it's one of the
Almost there. Okay, I can move with this. Yes. Okay, great. Don't then put these on. It's the name. You're right. It's green. Yeah, you can reduce that. I don't need it. Okay. Good morning, everyone. And it's real a pleasure for me being here today in front of this audience. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizer, the Kenya Nutrition Dietitian Institute, and clearly the Italian Cultural Institute. As the ambassadors say, for Italians, food is really important. So in my talk today, I will try to highlight the important aspect about one hot topic in the area of nutrition that is actually ensemble many other important topics, the role of nutrition in the human health and planet health. So I'll give you a brief overview, if I'll be able to change the slide. Let's say it doesn't change. Which one? Okay. In the first part of the talk, there's something wrong. Okay. Probably there is a delay from my screen and what you see there. Okay, sorry. In the first part of my talk, I will speak about the human, the Anthropocene era, the problematic habits we are facing under a healthy point of view and planetary point of view. The second part, I will introduce a new concept that is the real life nutrition. How can we optimize the effect of a functional food? In the last part, I will speak briefly about
a novel aspect that is quite antique related to sustainability, that is the role of edible insects in eco-nutrition. In Italy, in the world, we do have a massive amount of information about food. Every day, every kind of network, social network, television, talk about nutrition. Nutrition is probably one of the most important topic at the moment. I'm sorry, but that's something wrong with this. I'm a little bit, because the slides just move by themselves. I'm sorry. We should manage. Are alive. So we are absolutely on the line of a massive amount of information. But clearly, we are also, with this amount of information, every people feel to be an expert. And this is not quite good, because everyone trying to come up with his own diet. And sometimes, as you know, this is a problem, and is a problem also under an healthy point of view. So let's go step by step. And let's start from what is the main point of a sustainable diet. We speak a lot about sustainable diet, but actually, how can we define sustainable diet? Sustainable diet, as FAO suggests, is a diet that has two main characteristics. It's characterized by a low environmental impact, so is good for the planet, and is also characterized and addressed for an healthy life. So is good for the human being, for present and future generation. This is the other important aspect. That's the main aspects of sustainable diet. Let's see which kind of problem we are facing now in 2023 in terms of environment, in terms of health. This is a slide coming from the Climate Science Special Report of a few years ago that clearly highlight the change of temperature that happened in the last decades in the planet. This is a matter of fact now that the temperature all around the world is rising. And this lead to some consequences. For example, here, you might see on your left, 1984, the extension of the ice in the North Pole, and the same picture in 2016. As you can see, the white of the ice is extremely reduced. And this is the direct consequences of the global warming. Clearly, there are many other issues related to climate changes, and I'm not going to talk about this, but it's just to say that we have somehow take action, and we need to take action also through the food. Why? Every time we produce a food, we spend energy, and we spend what is called footprints. We have three kinds of footprints that are ecological footprints, that is the amount of greenhouse gas emission that we produce in making the food, in producing the food. We have the water footprint, that is the amount of water we utilize for that food. And we have also the ecological footprint, that is the amount of biological productive land or sea that we require for the food. So food might have an important impact on planet health. Actually, just for give you an idea of the different impact of different food in terms of greenhouse gas emission, you have this slide here where you can see, for example, if we produce 225 grams of food, it's like driving a car for example, with a tomato for 320 meters. But if it's for a chicken, for example, is 1.7 kilometer or 15.8 for a cow, meaning that each food has its own impact under an ecological point of view. The one you see here on your left, there is the Mediterranean diet pyramid. That is the suggestion, the nutritional suggestion for the population, the historical one. On your right, you see the environmental pyramid. The environmental pyramid put on the list the inputs of any kind of food. And you might see that, the basis of the pyramids that is on the top in order to put together is, of course, all the animal foods are at the basis that is the top, meaning that they are the foods that input more. And at the top of the pyramid, that is on the bottom in the picture, you have all the plant foods that are the one that have a lower emission. But this doesn't mean that we need to stop to eat meat. We need, of course, all this data need to be put in a diet, in a normal diet of everyone. We eat different amounts of different foods. So that's why it's important assessing the ecological impact of diet in order to know exactly how much we input with our diet. In terms of health, we are facing a quite important pandemic under a point of view of the degenerative diseases. When we talk about cancer-related nutrition, when we talk about cardiovascular disease, when we talk about diabetes, metabolic syndrome, is it quite clear that in the last 50 years, this pathology have risen dramatically, mostly in Western country, but in most of the world. What is even more important that the number of deaths from these pathologies is the DALYs, the disability adjusted life year. That is the year of life lost for the premature mortality, but also lost in the condition of the pathology, of illness. So that's extremely important. It has a dramatic cost for the health system in all the country. So that's why it's important, the prevention of this pathology. And for example, if we just give a look to the variables, dietary variables that have an impact on health, we might see that we have a cluster of aspects that are the one responsible for an increase of the pathology, like the diet high in sodium, the diet high in trans fatty acid, the diet high in sugar, the diet high in fat, and so on. On the other side, if we look at the positive aspects that are fruits, vegetables, legumes, and so on, all these aspects that should be positive become negative, like in this slide here, because we don't follow recommendation. We don't eat enough amount in order to play a preventive role. Also, obesity is an important pathology that is rising in the world. We have something like 1.3 billion of overweight and obese people in the world. And obesity is a risk factor for all kinds of pathology. And actually, obesity, as I will show you now, is also a pathology linked to unsustainability in terms of planet. Let's make you an example. Can I have a glass of water? Sorry. Metabolic food waste. Have you heard about it? It's quite new project that highlighted the unsustainability of obesity. Think about it. If you are obese, means that you are overweight in terms of fat, right? Meaning that most of the time, meaning that you have been eaten more than you need. So meaning that all the kilos, excess kilo, are a direct consequences of the food that you eat more. We have been able to quantify that kind of metabolic food waste in terms of amount of kilo that were wasted and are associated to obesity, and also in terms of greenhouse gas emission, ecological footprint. So the metabolic food waste was for the first time a marker that was able to highlight the unsustainability of obesity, not just for healthy problem, but also for issues related to the health of the planet. Let's make an example. This is from our last paper published on this, where we calculated the amount of metabolic food waste in terms of kilogram of food in the different FAO area. And clearly, as was clear also, before starting this calculation, we do have that Europe and North America were the countries, the area where there was the highest level of metabolic food waste. And on the other side, Sub-Saharan Africa were the country with the lowest impact in terms of metabolic food waste. And just for give you some number, for the Italian population, we do have associated to obesity something like 2,081 million of kilo wasted for being overweight of obese. That is a huge number. And also, when we publish the paper, we also calculate the overall of the world based on the food balance sheets of the FAO. So is in availability, but is always a number impressive. 1.41 million tons of food wasted globally in the world associated to obesity. And this is something big. So this is just to say that we need somehow to make a point, trying to play strategy of prevention for obesity and all the degenerate diseases that can help our health, but also planet health. So let's try which kind of strategies we have it. In Italy, the ambassador was talking about our, tradition in diets, and we have Mediterranean diet. Mediterranean diet is our cultural, historical, scientific approach, because believe me, most of the Italian, when are in the kitchen, have a scientific approach in cooking. It's something that comes from our heart. It's really deep in our culture. So that's the Mediterranean diet. The Mediterranean diet, as you know, has a certain characteristics. We use olive oil as main culinary fat. We have we eat a lot of vegetables, plant food, fruit, vegetables, legumes. That's the main source of protein. For example, there is a moderate consumption of meat and also wine during the meals, low intake of milk, and so on. So is really our golden standard. And just looking at this, very similar to Mediterranean diet, was the planetary diet from the Eat Lancet Commission that was published a couple years ago, and is supposed to provide us information about which kind of diet we need to follow in order to be protective again for the planet. And actually, if you see the plate is very mimicking the approach of the Mediterranean diet and most of the recommendation. If you have a dish, a plate, half of the dish, it should be composed by fruit and vegetables. A quarter should be whole grain. Most of the protein should come from plants, and just a minority about animal protein, and also dairy foods a little bit, and clearly the fats, mainly monounsaturated fats. Everyone knows this. So if you think about it, all we know this, but how is possible that we do have this dramatic increase in degenerative diseases? If everyone knows what should do under nutritional point of view, what happened? I'm telling you what happened. Actually, the recent US dietary recommendation tell us what happened. This is a slide showing the percentage of population in the States, but above the recommendation or below the recommendation for certain food group. And it's quite clear then When we look at fruit and vegetables, majority of the population is eating much, much low than the recommended intake. It's something like 80, 90%. This is the scheme for the Americans, but it's the same all around the world. Not only, if they look at grains, we are supposed to eat more whole grains. And actually, 80%, 9% of the people don't even reach the amount that is suggested for whole grain. Majority eat the refined grains. And also for animal foods, here we have majority of the people eat much more in terms of animal food. So what's happening at global level, majority of mainly in Western world, is that we are not following recommendation. We are eating more of everything we should eat less. And we eat less of the majority of food we should eat more. That's the reason. So what we can do now? Of course, we have to keep going in a campaign of diffusion of the proper information about nutrition. But of course, we have to improve. We need more funding to science of nutrition in order to come up with a reliable study and provide more advices to the people. But in the meantime, what we can do is we can pay attention to certain aspects that are the one that I'm going to show you now that can help a lot in reducing the cardiovascular risk factors induced by the food. Real life nutrition. So how can we optimize the effect of a diet? This is the site of the battle, the time of eating. That's the moment. What happens when we eat? Of course, we absorb nutrients, vitamins, and so on. But all the time we eat, we have the so-called postprandial stress. This is an activation of immune function and oxidative stress, inflammatory stress, and so on. This is something completely physiological. And I will show you some data. There is a peak, and after a while, everything comes back to normal. But if we do eat without following recommendations, so we eat too much, we need too many calories, we need too many fats, and so on, every meal, every day, what's going on is that there will be a rise of cardiovascular risk factors, inflammation, oxidative stress. That is the door to the pathology. That's why what we should be able to do it is trying to reduce the stress from the meal. I show you some data of a study that we published some years ago. We selected overweight people. We fed them in the morning with a stressor meal. It was cheese, bread, potatoes, fried in sunflower oil, and eggs. Something like 1,350 calories, 55% of fat, 30% protein, 15 carbohydrates. So we stress them, look, and we look at some marker. These are the guys, and we give them juices rich of antioxidant, natural antioxidant, and of course a placebo. So let's call it the right time for plant foods. Of course, we measure triglycerides and so on. There was a positive effect in reducing triglyceride, but this is the main finding of that study. In red, you see what happened to your immune function after you eat that kind of meal. Inflammation, cytokines rise up and stay up for 8 hours, meaning that for at least 8 hours, you are under immunological stress after that meal. That is, you know, it's quite important, I think. And in black, you see what happened when, together with that meal, you drink, in this case, the fruit juice rich in antioxidant, but happen always with any other kind of food rich of antioxidants, so plant food, you can see clearly that there is no inflammation anymore. You hamper the inflammatory response. And this is one of the aspects, because, you know, what's really happened with this inflammatory response is that we are normal weights. We can have this inflammatory response all the time we eat, go up and go down, no problem. But as far as we gain kilos, we are overweight, we are obese, or we have any kind of pathologies related to food, every time we eat, that inflammation will start from a higher level and will last longer. So it's like the food that leads us to that inflammatory status will be responsible of a worsening of our condition. That's why it's extremely important stopping that inflammatory response, meal-mediated. And how we can do it? Easy. All the time we eat, let's put together, let's eat something that is a fruit, vegetables, a legume, something coming from the vegetable kingdom, containing antioxidant, that will be able, antioxidant, bioactive ingredients, that will be able to hamper the inflammatory response and also reducing the absorption of fats. That's the first advice. Another aspect that is very important and come from this paper we published years ago, where we put together, we reviewed all the evidence related to the effect of plant foods on oxidative stress, looking at a different angle. What I just say is, if you are obese, if you are overweight, if you have a pathology, means that your inflammatory response is much, much higher, right? And that's why I call it the key role of stress status. Let's try to see the slides that show you all the paper that have been published utilizing plant foods, any kind of plant foods, long-term intervention study, divided on the basis of the status of the subjects, healthy subjects and people with risk factors. As you can see there in the results place, you might see that when we feed healthy people with plant foods, we have an effect that is 0.367. When we feed people that has risk factors or pathology with food, plant food, the effect is 0.9. Meaning that in that moment is absolutely important writing the good food, the plant foods, because that's the paramount role of nutrition in order to restore our condition and bringing back the oxidative stress, the inflammation. Let's make another example. We have been involved in this big trial, PREDIMED trial, that was run in Spain. We are talking about something like 600 people, and people having cardiovascular risk factors. They were divided in 3 groups. One group were feeding with low-fat diet, the other 2 low-fat diet and nuts, and the other one low-fat diet and virgin olive oil. What we observe, you can see the bottom line of the graphs. This is the amount of antioxidant in the blood at the beginning, at the end of the study, divided on the basis of starting level of the subjects. The number one, and in the light color, is the beginning. Number 1 means all the subjects starting from lower level. And number 4 are the subjects starting from higher level. In the orange, you might see what happened after 1 year supplementation. The subjects starting from lower level have the highest increase in terms of antioxidant. And this is sequential, linear, until the 4th group of people, the ones starting from the higher level, that don't have any kind of increase. That's why it's so important following a proper nutrition in terms of plant food when we are somehow in trouble, when we are overweight, when we have high level of triglycerides, glycemia, and so on. Because in that moment, we can really play an effective preventive role. Let's talk also about another aspect still in this view. Everyone wants become older, and we want to become successful in our getting older. No, we have a lot of area in the world, the famous blue zones that are characterized by very high frequency of longevity. We have one in Italy, that is Sardinia, also Japan, and so on. So why I'm talking you about this? Because I want to introduce you a study that we ran this year that related to longevity and chrononutrition. Have you heard about chrononutrition before? This is a quite new aspect of nutrition. We have, of course, our body is regulated during the day, In the night, our metabolism slows down compared to the day. And also the food has an impact on this slowing of the metabolism. Clearly, in the last 50 years, we had a completely change in terms of our time of eating. Now we can eat, 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock, So this is also another variables that play a role in the development of degenerative diseases. Let me explain better with another example, this one. This is a study run in Japan where people with diabetes have been given the same dinner at 6 and at 9, okay? And in green, you see the increase of glycemia in the dinner at 6, that is 147. Look what happened in red when the dinner was consumed at 9. 644, 3 times more. We have other study suggesting that later you eat, more stress you have in your body in terms of glycemia, in terms also in inflammation. I'm going to close to the conclusion. I'm coming from Teramo University. I'm from Rome, but coming from Teramo University. Abruzzo is a very nice region, 100 kilometers far from Rome. Is characterized by very nice place, and also like probably any other of our region, we are loving of food. We like eating and so on. So why I show you this? Because I want to show you the recent study we did it. We found out that there are some area in Abruzzo region that is characterized by a higher longevity rates comparable with the longevity rates of the blue zone of Sardinia. So we analyze some of the aspects related to the longevity of the Abruzzo people. And as happened always, longevity is always associated to 2 aspects: physical activity and food. Physical activity, we asked them if they were, if they were active during their life, and all of them, majority of the centenarians, were active in the past life, but still active also now, with little activity like, working in the field or walking and so on. In terms of nutrition, they follow in an unbelievable way the typical Mediterranean approach. Very high consumption of cereals, legumes, vegetables, fruits, moderate consumption of meat, and nothing, almost nothing in terms of sweets. So no sugar. So perfect adherence to the Mediterranean diet. But I'll show you the centenarians for another reason. The other reason is the sti-1. Sti-1 is a word in slang of Abruzzo that meaning stop fasting, meaning the breakfast in the morning. They were used to eat a salty breakfast. That could be potato, vegetables, also ham, bread, and so on. Why I'm showing you this? Because all the centenarians are were practicing this diuno. So what's the idea behind this? I'll show you in a second. We asked them for the first time the time of the meal of these people. So they had dinner at 6:30, meaning that are in agreement with the circadian rhythm. So they have a low postprandial stress during the night. They had this as the diuno at 6:30. So meaning that they have a low morning postprandial stress, and they had majority of the food at 12:30 during the lunch, meaning that there is something like 17, 18 hours of calorie restriction lapse where their body, their metabolism is not stressed by food. They didn't have any kind of inflammation coming from food in that time. And so that's why they could have an important meal, important lunch, because, you know, probably they were ready. And we think that their attitude to do this kind of approach in terms of timing is the one that is one of the variables, together with physical activity, environment, and diet, that is at the basis of the longevity of this person. Okay, let me just finish quickly, because I think I'm quite, I need just a few minutes. Why I want to talk about edible insects? Because, you know, there's a lot of talking about finding alternative source of protein. We don't need edible insects, you know. We are studying because, you know, we are scientists, so we need to do that. And that's absolutely interesting. I'll show you some data. But in Italian, this is something, you know, very, very far away from our culture. So we have the solution at home, because the solution in reducing the ecological impact of meat is just reducing meat consumption and increasing the level of quality of our meat. And we have alternative sources of protein that are part of our culture, that are legumes. Legumes are really a symbol of the Mediterranean diet. Say that, let's talk about this edible insect as an alternative source of protein. In terms of ecological impact, clearly, the insects are very, very low, provide very low footprints compared to any other kind of food. So there is an advantage under the aspect of ecological footprint. In terms of nutrition, insects contain all the nutrients you needed: proteins, vitamins, minerals. So this is just an example that a cricket contains more calcium than milk, or in terms of iron, also more iron than spinach. Insect, in this case the cricket, contain also a lot of fiber. So under a nutritional point of view, insects are absolutely high value foods. But I want to show you something completely different. That is coming from this paper of ages ago, where the scientists from Brazil just highlight all the anthropological use of insects under a medical point of view. So somehow it suggests the presence of bioactive ingredients in the insects that can have an impact on health. We published in 2019, for the first time, a comparison between the antioxidant level of insects compared to traditional food, like here is orange juice. And this is showing that some of the insects, like crickets, silkworm, grasshoppers, contain double antioxidant than orange juice, for example. Most of them are comparable value of orange juice in terms of antioxidant. And there was a massive cover under in terms of newspaper communication about this paper, because it was the first time that someone was thinking about insects as a source of functional ingredients. And there is not much on this. Briefly, I'm telling you what we have done. We have done a review of the functional property of edible insects. And what came out was that they have clearly antioxidant properties. Most of the insects that were tested, I invite you to read the paper, display antioxidant property. They were able also to modulate lipid metabolism, increasing HDL, reducing triglyceride or cholesterol. They had also an effect on glycemia, for example, reducing reducing glycemia, improving insulin response, and also an anti-inflammatory activity. Clearly, these are all studies that were run in animals or in vitro. We lack a human evidence. There is only one study, this one, that is from a few years ago, where to these subjects were given noodles made by normal noodles and noodles made by Bombix Mori. And they look at glycemic response, and you can see that the noodles containing the insect provide a much lower glycemic response than the other. So this is just to say that, you know, studying insects, it might be interesting under many points of view as a finding of new novel ingredients, also for pharmacological application. So it's really a novel field that need to be explored. Let me reach the conclusion. In healthy subjects, the role of diet to preserve the equilibrium, you know, is important, and diet have a paramount role in restoring the physiological condition or extending the time window before the development of pathology. So we need to somehow monitoring our body, and as soon as we realize that we are increasing in terms of risk factors, trying to increase the consumption of plant food, because that's the moment that we need to really stick to the recommendation, increase our consumption in order to bring back all the cardiovascular risk factors. First of all, inflammation. In the future, nutritional science should evolve toward tailored and personalized approach, because we are all different. We need to identify a cluster of subjects that respond in a similar way to specific food. And if we find a way to decrease the postprandial stress, utilizing the functional food and also the meal timing, that could be a winning strategy for reducing cardiovascular risk factors. And we also need, that's most important, efficacy dietary communication campaign that are needed to reach every social and income groups of the population. We need to think about the importance of communicating also complementary suggestion to the classic nutritional recommendation that can be followed more easily by the population, and trying to reduce the pandemic of degenerative diseases. The challenge of the next few years for the scientific community will be really concentrated on the ability to increase knowledge of the relationship between diet, health, and environment. If we will be able to solve this trilemma, that's the fundamental step to orient the population through eco-functional food choices aimed to promoting human and planet health. And I want to thank some of the people working with me at Teramo, Professor Donato Angelino, Dottoressa Sanchez, Pietrangeli, D'Antonio, and Chiara Guadalupe for the day-by-day help. To me, they do all the work. They are very good. I want to also remind that well-being is a matter of balance all the time. And also, my special thanks go to all the subjects, all the centenarians that provide the information for the study. On your right, you can see Yolanda. When we went in her house, she was doing this. She was making polenta, 100 years, completely active, fantastic people. All my thanks to them. Thank you very much.
Serafini, that was nice. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a very wonderful presentation and can just be summarized in one word: that go the plant way. The more we go towards plant, we reduce the carbon footprints. Isn't that the relationship? And the more you reduce the carbon footprints, you not only give health to the planet, but you also give health to your body by reducing the oxidative stress. Isn't it? I hope the students are hearing me. There is a lot of information that has come. One thing that I would like to tell Professor Serafini, that you are speaking the same language that we speak in KNDI, especially in your last presentation on insects. Yeah. We are actually in Kenya, we are driving this thoroughly. And I remember in our past 3 conferences, we have focused a lot on insects as an alternative source of diet. And in Kenya, we consume insects. It's part of our culture. Yes. And as that we talk, we have a university called JOST, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University, which has now come up with the crickets and making it into candies. So if you go to JOST, you'll eat cricket candies. And if you come to Western, where I am from, in Kakamega, we do a lot of insects as well, especially the termites. So you'll come to our markets and we have a lot of termites. We eat them and we buy them, and they're very rich. Kakamega. Kakamega is the western part of Kenya. Yes, the name is actually Kakamega. It's a city on that. It's Kakamega County. I was trying to imagine which one could be popular that is known close of, but I think we are popular for the yes 50 kilometers from Kisumu city. But we are very popular for one thing. It's called Kakamega Forest, with a lot of snakes. For those who don't love snakes, but you'll not see them. So what I'm trying to say is that if you work closely with the CEO, we can work together on that aspect of insects and its actualization as a food, to find it, to commercialize it and find its way onto the table. Otherwise, a number of the areas you have touched, we are agreeing in many aspects, and it seems that Mediterranean diet you're practicing as actually the also African diet that was practiced for a long time before the influence of the Western culture came in, that made us think that it is nice to eat bread. Actually, in the 50s, and this I read when I was not born in the 50s, you can be sure of that, but I read as history that you had to seek permission from chief, from the administration, to go and buy bread. And where I come from, you had to write an application letter so that you could be allowed to go and buy bread. So we were made to think that this bread could be the best thing, because why do you have to go through all this torture? Only to realize today that it's actually the worst. So we want to go back to our roots. You hear that? So we go back to our roots because you have seen the Mediterranean diet. And it's very similar to our older diet. And you can see its implication on the health of a person and on the health of the planet. Thank you very much for that presentation. With that, I would like to call upon Dr. Beatrice Kiage, who is going to take us through the role of nutrition and dietary choices in cancer upsurge and mitigation in Kenya. Beatrice is very passionate about cancer, Sweeties, do you allow me to share what we talked?
It's okay, you're allowed.
We talked in private, so now I'm making it public. That's bad manners, but she has allowed me. I've asked for permission. Beatrice is very passionate about cancer because she lost both parents within a span of 1 year in the year 2019 from cancer. And from there, I think it has been very close to her heart. So you can see the passion and that drives studies. Thank you very much, Beatrice. Okay.
So, good morning. Yes, I'm so glad to stand here this morning, and I'm happy for the presentation that was done by Prof. Mauro. I hope I've gotten it right. Yeah, that was really, really very informative. And I'm glad that I'm following him because what I'm going to talk about is one of the degenerative diseases, and that is cancer. And as Prof. Muka said, this is something that is really very close to my heart because cancer took away very important people in my lives. I have not recovered. It took away my father in 2018, who was very close to me. My mother in 2019, very close to me too. So I'm still recovering for that. So I'm just asking myself, do we have to die of cancer? I hope that by the time I finish with the presentation, we will learn whether we really, are we doomed to die of cancer or we can do something about it. So this morning, we're going to look at the role of nutrition and food choices in cancer upset and mitigation in Kenya. So just to look at what is cancer, yeah? Cancer is basically, I can say, is, it's a large group of diseases. There are many of them. But why do cells become cancerous? Yeah, why do they decide all of a sudden to start growing uncontrollably and invading other sites? That is what really usually happens in cancer cases. Normally, you have normal cells growing and dying, having normal cell growth and dying the way our creator made it. But all of a sudden, they decide they are growing and not stopping. That is cancer. Okay. So, before I go deeper into cancer, it's important for us to look at food choices. What are food choices? These are basically decisions and selections that we do as individuals regarding the beverages and food that we take. We decide, am I going to take this food or this beverage? These are food choices that we are making. And they actually are going to influence, for example, what you're going to eat, how much. So when you go to the breakfast table or the lunch, table, you decide whether, am I having a spoonful? Am I having two? All these, there are things that really, influence all these choices. And some of this can be because of our personal preferences. Maybe I do not like this food, so I'm going not to pick it up at the dinner table. Some of them actually cultural. I was glad I had Prof saying that yes, insects are very nutritious, but they are quite foreign to Italy. Then we came and said, no, to us in Kenya, they are part of our cuisine. So it's not foreign to us. So some of this, our cultures really influence the kind of foods that we choose. And even society that we live in, and even our nutritional needs can influence whether we are choosing certain foods or not, even our health goals. And I'm so glad to hear about planetary health. Yeah, environmental considerations. We want to make sure that we're not just feeding in the present, but we have food for our future generations. Because, as I always say, we don't have another planet where we're going to live. This is the only planet. So we have to make sure that as we eat, we do it very responsibly, because this is the only planet that we have. And so when we're looking at food choices, we're really looking at, how we're preparing food, how we're eating them, and all this, of course, they are going to influence whether we stay healthy or not, and our well-being. That's very important. So coming back to cancer. Cancer is a matter of public health interest in Kenya. Yeah, I've already given my story, and this is just one of the stories. I am sure if each and every one of you could give us their story, they have a story about cancer. Yeah, you're either affected, you know, or you know, or you know somebody else who is having it. Okay, and when we look at nutrition and our food choices, they play a very key role in what we are seeing right now. If you look at 1950s and 60s, you will hardly hear someone having cancer. Okay, I was also not born then, so I wouldn't, you know, you wouldn't hear about cancer. But right now, look at it. Everyone, you know, even little children are dying of cancer. What is happening? Yeah. So it means that there's something that is happening. Yeah. Because we are seeing that mortality and morbidity in terms of cancer is rising each and every day. Until we ask ourselves, are we going to be swept away by this, you know, pandemic? I can call it a pandemic. But I hope that by the time I finish, I will convince you that we can do something about this cancer. We do not have to die out of it. So looking at the global picture, and I'm sure you can see it there on the screen, it is actually a burden all over. Even when you look at sub-Saharan Africa, where we are, this is a problem. And you see the sad thing about sub-Saharan Africa, okay, the statistics there are a bit old, but we have newer ones. But you can see, like, in 2012, approximately 847,000 people were diagnosed with cancer. But all these, out of all this, about almost 600,000 died of it. So it's like when you get a cancer diagnosis, is equivalent to a death sentence, but it doesn't have to be a death sentence. Yeah. Then when you look at Kenya, which is our home, you know, in terms of mortality, cancer ranks third. And this is after infectious diseases and even cardiovascular diseases. And one thing you're going to learn is, and you know, Prof has even alluded to that, cardiovascular diseases are also some of the underlying issues that are also causing, contributing to a cancer upsurge in this country. Okay. So what is the problem? So look at, you know, some of the cancers which we have, which are very common in this country. And you'll see later on that they are actually, according to studies, they have been linked to diets. They have been linked to obesity. Actually, obesity is linked to about 13 different types of cancers. So, and you see, when you look at obesity, Prof just said here, we're eating more than we require. Yeah. So we are having breast cancer there, cervical cancer, esophageal cancer, colorectal cancer, all this. And we see all these are related to the diet that we're eating. So exactly what happened? What did our fathers, our grandparents eat in the past that we have stopped eating? Prof Booker said that, you know, those days they would write letters to go and buy bread. And that made us think that, you know, there's something so special about this. And then we all, you know, came up with, you know, we went and borrowed everything from the West. And we borrowed it plus their diseases. Yeah. We borrowed foods which are high in sugar, highly ultra processed. Yeah. Very high in fat, very high in salt. And of course, along came these degenerative diseases, amongst them cancer, which we are dying of right now. But we do not need to die out of this cancer. So when you look at nutrition, what we eat plays a very important role in either increasing or decreasing our risk for cancer. Because when we eat certain foods, and already, you know, we have foods which can protect us from cancer, and we have foods that can actually increase our risk of getting cancer. And when we eat these foods, which are, for example, they are low in fruits, they are low in vegetables, they are, you know, they are ultra processed, a lot of red meat, you know, a lot of salt and sugar, then they start causing something. They cause some effects in our bodies. They cause something to our guts, what we call gut dysbiosis. Yeah, they cause something to our DNA. That is why the cells start growing uncontrollably. They cause inflammation. We have seen that, and they also cause things like metabolic and hormonal disturbances, oxidative stress. All this contribute to our cancer risk. On the other hand, if we were to eat certain foods, which we are calling protective foods, our fruits, our vegetables, our whole grains, our legumes. These ones can lower our cancer risks. But this is not what is happening right now. If I could even ask us, how many people, for example, are able to eat 5 portions of fruits in a day? Tell me, yesterday, how many people here were able to eat 5 portions of fruits? Can I have any hands up? And I want honesty. How many people were able to have 5 portions of vegetables yesterday? So you see where our problems are coming from? Because and when we look at even water, how many people were able to take 2 liters of water yesterday? How many people? I can see the ambassador is raising his hand. I can see, yes, but most of us, we cannot even, and yet, when you look at 2 liters of water, for example, those are just those big cups for them in a day. And we just can't have that. But, if I was to ask how many people, took soda, took these processed juices, so many of us, because we are thinking that this is the right way to go. But that is where the problem is coming from. We are eating all the wrong things or all the unhealthy things, which is affecting our well-being. And because this is what is tasting good to our taste buds, there's a way we have trained our taste buds. And one thing I need to let us know is that these taste buds that we have trained to like this high fat, high sugar, they can be untrained. Okay, they can be untrained. And you see, one thing, the food industry sometimes is not doing us very good, because what is happening, they have brought foods which are high in fat and sugar. Look at the cakes. It's a combination of fat and sugar. Yeah. A study was done on small animals. Those are rats. They were given food which was high in sugar. They ate as much as they could, and they stopped. Another group was given a food that was high in fat. They ate and ate, then they stopped. But another group was given a combination of 50% sugar, 50% of fat. They ate and killed themselves. And that is what is happening. Look at our cakes, look at our candies, all those things. And that is what our taste buds like. But we can unlearn this. Okay, so when we look at nutrition, why are we clamoring so much about having our fruits, our vegetables? And this is because when you look at our fruits and vegetables, they are very high in fiber. When you take foods which are high in fiber, you're not going to overeat. For example, are you able to eat 5 apples at a go? But can you eat 5 chocolates at a go? You can do that, isn't it? And then what are we doing? We are cheating ourselves and saying that, we can juice our fruits. So we throw away all the good things, we juice it, and then we are taking that. Please just take the whole fruit the way God gave it to you. Yeah, it's a better thing. And it's going to help to cut down your cravings. And also these fruits and vegetables are very high in compounds that we call polyphenols, vitamins, selenium, and all those things, which are very cancer protective. They help in lowering oxidative stress. And you see, that is one of the causes of cancer. That is why our cells are growing uncontrollably. And it's never too late to start making, the right decision in your life. It can take, one thing we want to do, we have had what Prof said here today, was like, we're going home. And today I am stopping all the meat I am doing. Let me tell you, you're going to fail terribly. Start making small steps, okay? It takes about 45 days to change habits. And remember, in those 45 days, it's not a straight line. There are downs and ups, but eventually you make it a lifestyle, okay? And there are various cancers which are related to or correlated with diet. Why are we talking about correlation? Because we can't really say we are pinpointing that this is a causative, but it increases your risk of getting these different cancers. We have oral cancers, we have lung cancer. My dad died of lung cancer. We have pancreatic cancer, colorectal cancer, ovarian cancers. We have all these cancers, breast cancer, all this. And you can see they are correlated to diet. So it means that we can do something about it. There are various cancers, of course, which we have, which are, environment plays a role, genetics and all those things. But one thing you need to know that diet can help in about 30% of the cases. So why can't we just do that? So when you drink too much alcohol, I know that life is stressful. Sometimes we want to go and wish away life. You know, things are tough. The taxes are high. But when you're doing that, you're increasing your chance of getting cancer. And there's some of the traditional practices, and this is from a study, actually. I did not just coin it. Like taking this, I know that I have Kalenjin relatives. And also, you know, we take this musik. Studies have actually shown it can also be a risk factor for cancers. And then we also have kerosene-laced meals in high schools. I don't know how many of us went to high schools where the caterers were putting kerosene in food to reduce libido. It can contribute, it's a risk for cancer. And then also, I know life is difficult. We are reusing our oils. When we are doing this, we are risking getting cancer, because when we use that oil, then we start having other chemicals forming in that are going to predispose us to cancers. Then we also have contaminants, aflatoxins, the way we keep our grains at home. I know that it is healthy. We have said, okay, fine, we're going to go to the kisiagi and make our own unga. But how are you keeping those grains? If you're not keeping them properly, then they get aflatoxins, which can also be risk factors, some of these, like liver cancers. Then also agrochemical contaminated foods. And I think Nairobi, we are really at a big risk. Our market is mariketing, isn't it? And you see, we are all trying to survive in this economy. So what happens? The farmer sprays the sukuma wiki in the morning and tomatoes. In the evening, they load it into those big trucks. They come to Marikiti. So you say, I'm eating healthily. But no, some of those chemicals, even as much as you wash, some of them remain in those fruits and vegetables, and we actually ingest them, and we end up getting sick. Okay? So if you can, I advocate for urban agriculture. Please don't grow grasses and flowers. Nobody eats grass and flowers. You can grow your fruits and your vegetables at the backyard, and you can get organic food, which is healthy. When you go to the village, please take as much as possible and try to, don't take the organic, the modern agriculture there and start spraying those things that make vegetables grow in 1 week. No, let's have it the way it was. No, the way it was in the 60s and the 50s, that is the only which is going to save us. So when you look at Kenya, I think I've already spoken about that. Some of the things I want to look at our local habits that are also contributing to our cancer risk, and studies have actually shown that they are correlated, yeah? And I've talked about fermented milk, yes. One thing I want to put in also is the issue of nyama choma. I know we are all as guilty as charged, yeah? We love our nyama choma, And most of the people who drink, they take nyama choma with what? With beer. Then we ask ourselves, are we getting cancer? So please, let's try to get more healthy ways of preparing food. We can bake our foods, we can grill our foods, we can boil them, and sometimes you can tell yourself, and sometimes let me tell you, as I said, you can't stop this thing overnight. Don't tell yourself, I'm not going to have the nyama choma. You can tell yourself, I'm going to have it, but I'm going to be late. Yeah? Maybe instead of that craving which has come, just take some apple and take it. Yeah? It is going to, in terms of how it is digesting it will take some time so you not feel hungry and to start reducing that craving. So try to, it's something that you do. You can say, okay, if I was taking nyama choma every week, let me have it like once a month. You're making progress. Yeah, you're making progress. So looking at the mitigation strategies that we require to be able to fight this cancer menace, one of them, of course, is dietary modifications. This is about choices, modifying our diets, yeah, reducing how much sugary beverages we are taking. So when you're going to the restaurant with your family, with your friends, instead of asking for that Coca-Cola, for that soda, please ask for water. Water is always the best thing to do. Then also limit red meats and processed meats. Okay, so take more of the white meats. The processed meats, of course, the problem with them is that they have nitrates and all those things which are used to preserve it, and that can also make you get some of these cancers. Then portion control, very important. The food is sweet, yes, but you don't have to have a whole plate, yeah? Because when you have that whole plate, then of course you're going to have in too much that than you need, and that is going to cause all these weight issues that can also contribute to cancers. Then also I said healthy cooking methods, very important. Avoid excess, like smoking, excessive drinking, hydration, as I said, and then also screening and early detection. This can really protect us from these cancers. Some of these cancers, when they're caught early, I'm not saying that once you take all these, you not get, some of them, you don't know what happens. Like, for example, if I could give you an example of my mother, she died of endometrial cancer. This woman worked in her farm. She was vegetarian. Yeah, she was very active. Then you ask yourself, so you can do all these things, but still die of cancer. But what can you do? Early detection, then that can save your life. Then also public awareness. I had a prof saying that people are aware, but I must say that in Kenya, we still have issues with awareness. Not everybody is aware. So nutritionists in the house, scientists in the house, please go out there. I use my church community all the time to give nutrition information. Because you see, don't assume people know that they're in this city, they are working in big offices, they have information. Every information you get, even when you go to school functions of small children, use that as a classroom. You tell those children that, yes, you're eating chips today, you've been given by your parents, but please don't eat them tomorrow because this is not good for you. There's never a young age to start embracing some of these practices. And then also, when we make recommendations, it's important that they're individualized, just the way Prof said. Sometimes, there's blanket advice given. No, and that is why we need nutritionists, scientists in the house to be able to get this person and give these individualized messages. So despite all that, of course, we have challenges. Our population is growing, yeah? And also people are aging. And there's some cancers that increase with aging. Then also the lifestyle changes we are having. A lot of westernization is happening, yeah? We are told that, in the near future, about 2030, about 50% of the people are going to live in the urban areas. What is happening in urban areas? We have the fast foods. All the fast foods from America have moved to Kenya. I see KFC and all that, they have moved to Kenya. And we are having all this problem. And also tobacco and alcohol use, there's too much of that, yeah? Then also we have the issue of limited access to healthcare. I mean, life is difficult, especially in this country. We are not able to afford healthcare. So sometimes we find that we're not even able to afford the screening. Then also the lack of awareness and education, I've talked about that, and of course, limited resources. And as I go towards the end, we need to take a personal responsibility when it comes to cancer. And individuals need to make informed choices. And they can only make this when they have information. Without information, they cannot make informed choices. And we have to own our diet and lifestyle. On the diet you're eating. And decide, I am going to have at least 30 minutes of walking in a day. You don't have to run. Who said you have to be Kipchoge? No, just make sure that you walk 30 minutes a day, yeah? Make sure that you just, on your diet, on your lifestyle. And also make small changes, yeah? And this can actually go a long way in reducing the cancer risks. And also, as I've said, you have to take proactive steps, yeah? Right from primary prevention and all the way, yeah? Even when it comes to treatment of cancer. In conclusion, of course, nutrition matters. And nutrition goes hand in hand with our food choices, yeah? And it plays a very pivotal role in the cancer, upsurge, and mitigation. I hope that, I've really convinced you that you don't have to die of cancer, that you can be able to do something about this. And when we look at the data transitions that have happened, they are promoting cancer, and we can be able to do something about this. The local habits near machoma, you don't have to eat it, yeah? You don't have to eat it. And, let us eat more vegetables and fruits. I know sometimes, like when it comes to men, I know that I had this fight in my house. I'll serve my husband a lot of vegetables. Like, these are too many. Like, no, they're good for you, I fight with their children all the time. So as I'm saying this, it's not that I've won the battle in my own house. No, it is a journey, okay? But we hope that we can be able to do all these things. So we have to embrace all these things. And of course, we should come up with some of these interventions, public campaigns, And we can use KNDI to be able to do these things because we are the voice of this country and we are the ones who can make a difference. So thank you so much. And I hope that you've been convinced that we don't have to have cancer.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kiage. I think something very important, Dr. Kiage has, I'm going to talk about what she has said, but before I say something, I would like to make it clear that we have restrooms right down here and just next. So if you are inconvenienced in any way, please find your way. And more important, we also have colleagues. You can touch base with them. Don't restrain your biological system. Restrooms is just right here, behind these curtains, and very comfortable, and also down, right below here. Okay? Thank you. So you've heard with your ears, and basic principles, the principles of dietetics, the 6 of them. 1, nutritionist. First principle, moderation. Second principle, variety. Third principle, balance. Fourth principle, calorie control. 5th, nutrient density. 6th, yeah? Yeah. That's what Dr. Kiage was speaking in a nutshell. Okay? And there are specific things he has mentioned, and I will mention them because it is our habit. Nyama choma, very sweet, appetizing. Nyama choma is roasted meat. In Kenya, we love roasted meat, and we like it. And Dr. Kiage, being a food scientist, she understands that we have, when you burn meat, you increase nitrosamines. And the nitrosamines are actually increasing oxidative stress in the human physiology. So you can see how to deal with it. Some people think that sometimes, Dr. Kiage, we can counter it using some bit of kachumbari. When we have kachumbari on the side and some bit of vegetables and some pepper, then we increase, we tend to believe, this is our belief, that we increase the so-called antioxidants. More of them, so as you bring in the nitrosamines, you take in another antioxidants to cancer. That is how sometimes we, and Dr. Keo knows, actually we ate a lot of it the other day. When we went somewhere in some area in Thika, where Dr. is, we specifically looked for it. So we had the urge and we say, where can we get this nyama choma? So that is how serious it is. But all in all, the basic principles of dietetics which we need to follow. By the way, it will be very difficult to avoid completely this cancer causing environmental issues around it, but it can be mitigated, and that's why I love the word mitigation. In some medical school, a doctor told us that many people actually die with their cancer and not of their cancer. We die with our cancer. And some of us, may happen to also teach anatomy and physiology in my university. And whenever we are doing dissection of cadavers, we identify those cancers in the body. But when you go back to the pathological report, the person did not die of cancer, or it was not the cause of death. So many of us die with our cancers, not of our cancers, which means it is a responsibility of all of us. And if you looked at the last statement there, let us take personal, and then for nutritionists, individualized management is key. And in fact, I will focus on it when we go to, mainly in clinical nutrition and clinical dietetics, we focus individual. So there is no blanket. Blanket may not work. What works for him may not work for me. How we respond to each particular food may not be able to respond to another person. So we urge nutritionists to always take advantage of individualized management, and that will be okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Kiage, for that passionate presentation. And my next presenter is Adele Rocato from UNED.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I also have the presentation? Can I find it somewhere? Thank you, everyone. Thank you for inviting me here. I'll give a bit of a different presentation from the one that my colleagues before me presented, but we'll come back to the whole Nyamachoma issue there for sure. The third one. The third, yeah. So while we wait on the slides, I work at the United Nations Environment Program just in Gigiri here. And even though, yeah, I can go. Okay. So I think I will talk about some things that were already discussed by some of my colleagues. So I'll try to be fast. But I think by now we have discussed that in general, what we eat and how we produce our food is unsustainable in different ways. And I guess this is also why we are here. So we discussed, for example, how from a health perspective, this can bring to a lot of problems, and also from an environmental perspective, which is something that I will be focusing more on. So I don't know if you're familiar with the concept of the triple planetary crisis, which is what the United Nations Environment Program at the moment focuses on, but generally the scientific community. So we are now living three planetary crises: the one of climate, the one of nature and biodiversity loss, and the one of pollution. And if we just think about the food, like so how we produce and consume food, when I talk about food systems, I can only show a couple of, I'm showing here a couple of numbers, but I think it's important to know that there will be many, many more numbers that we could show here. So in terms of climate, the 31% of total anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions come from the food systems. In terms of nature and biodiversity loss, 50% of deforestation is actually due to the fact that we need more land for crops, for agriculture. And then in terms of pollution, the food we waste and we lose in terms of production, transport, and market generates 8 to 10% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. Now, I will focus a bit on livestock. So also the animals that bring to you Nyamachoma and many of the other things that we all love. And what is the impact, though, of the livestock production? So livestock is responsible for around between 15 and 20% of the global emissions. This is 60% of the emissions that come from the food systems. Then we have to think that 50%, so half of the world harvest, is given to feed livestock, is not given to ourselves. We could maybe eat those crops, but we give them to livestock so that then we can eat those animals. And then 70% of the agricultural land is dedicated to livestock production, both the one used for livestock to live and the ones to grow feed for them. And this is not getting any better because the consumption of meat and livestock is growing, also because of the population growth. And we are here in a continent where these will surely increase because the population is extremely growing at the moment. But then there are also other impacts in terms of health, not only when we eat it and everything that was talked about before, but also the intensive farming means that there are a lot of animals next to each other, and the more we want to produce them and the more animals we put next to each other and we want to have a production of them, there is an increase of the use of antibiotics on those animals that then brings to the animals, but to ourselves that we eat them also, brings to antimicrobial resistance. So antibiotics are now working as before. But also intensive farming is been shown to lead to zoonotic diseases such as the bird flu, but also to things similar to what COVID was. And we all know what happened just a couple of years ago. So what can we do? What can we do to reduce this environmental impact of our food systems and specifically livestock? So we can reduce food loss and waste. We all waste a lot of food. I mean, we all know that wasting food is very easy at home. It just means like maybe you're not organizing very well and you have a lot of food wasted there. But then also there are other ways to produce livestock. These are like more common here, for example, in Africa, in Kenya, with like smaller scale, extensive and regenerative livestock farms. This is happening a lot here also because it's a more traditional way of producing livestock, even though it's true that if we want to eat the amount of meat that is projected that we'll be eating in years from now, like in 2050, for example, there wouldn't be enough land to produce all this meat in an extensive and more environmentally sustainable way. Then there are other solutions. There are feed additives. That means that to add different elements to the food that we give to the animals so that we can reduce their emissions. And also, and this is more probably from the global north or like high-income countries, we can put meat taxes, as we have taxes on tobacco, on alcohol, and so those are more and more expensive. So generally, we don't want to buy them because they're too expensive. In the global north, where there is a lot of consumption of this meat coming from intensive farming, we could tax the meat so that generally we want to eat it less. But I want to talk now about a project I'm involved in at UNEP, at UN Environment Program, that focuses on another solution. So what is another solution that we can find? And all of them, again, we're not saying that one is better than others. Probably the best way is to bring them all together at the same time, trying to work on different fronts. But what are we looking at is at selected novel alternatives to conventional animal product. So we all like meat. It's not only that we like it, it's part of our culture, of our tradition, and this is the same here, is the same in Italy, where I'm from. But can we try and keep a similar taste, similar recipes, but coming from a different source that will have a less environmental impact? So what we're studying is, does this work? Do they have a less environmental impact? Can they work in terms of taste? Can they work in terms of health? Can they work in a lot of different ways? So what we are specifically looking at is novel plant-based food that is kind of food that replicate the sensory experience of an animal product. So those what we call fake burgers that you will eat and you think, oh, this actually is a burger. Like, could I recognize it? And I can assure you that in some cases, not all of them, I mean, in some cases, if I give you two similar burgers or piece of meat, maybe you wouldn't be able to recognize the difference, or at least this is what some of these technologies are trying to do. And then we look at cultivated meat. So the meat that is produced in labs. So this is real meat. It's coming from, not myself, but like the scientists can take a small cell from, let's say, a year of a cow, and from that they can develop a full fillet, or like a piece of chicken fillet, or at some point, I guess, a piece of a nyama choma. And we also look at fermentation-derived products, which are foods food that are produced using different kind of fermentation. In some cases, similar to how beer is made, for example, or other fermented products. And there are two different kinds of fermentation. There is biomass and precision fermentation. Biomass is a fermentation where you produce using microorganisms to produce protein-rich food, and the microorganisms themselves are the primary ingredient. While in precision fermentation, those microorganisms are used to produce specific ingredients and specific elements such as proteins, flavors, or vitamins that then go into a different kind of products and create something that you can actually eat in your hands. So I cannot really tell you too much about what the findings of these assessments are, because the assessment is about to be launched. It will be launched at COP28 in a couple of weeks from now. The COP28 is happening in Dubai. But I want to tell you a bit more of what we are looking at. This is a very controversial topic. I want to say this first. So it's very difficult. We are the UN. And so what we try to do is really like to bring together different ideas from different parts of the world, from different experts, to try and understand what is this is happening. So this is already happening. There is part of the world, there is a lot to talk about. There is a lot of money being put into it. Some governments are already investing in it. And in some places you can eat these products. Like now you are able to eat it in Singapore, soon in the US. There is a lot of discussion in the European Union. But there is also, this is not just a global north issue. There is a lot of ideas that some of these could really help with the food insecurity issues that there is, for example, in Africa, but also in Latin America. And how if the governments will invest more on this, and if people will be more interested in this because they will know more, maybe this could really help other parts of the world. But we want to try and understand, is this safe? Do they make sense from different points of view? And so we look at the environmental, at the human health impact, at the social economic impacts in terms also of jobs. So if we have less farmers, but we have more of these more technological solutions, where can we shift the people to work from one side or the other? What will be the impact on the population? But also about animal welfare. The idea of like animals are sentient beings. Can we make their life better and not just be there for us to eat them? And in terms of taste, we also look at the specificity of these alternatives, like what are the difference in taste, what are the difference in the way they are produced, what are the nutrients of them, and these I can say already there is a lot more research that needs to be done there. And then we look at the policies, at the potential policies and regulations that governments can take to influence the future of these alternatives. So this depends from countries to countries. I can say here that Italy, for example, is trying to ban the production and consumption of these because they're worried about the health impacts and the cultural heritage of these alternatives, while other countries are more trying to invest in more research to really try and understand, like, do we want this in our lives? But to know if we want, we need to study more and we need to decide what we are doing and whether we want to allow people to eat them or to produce them. And then we generally make a comparison. And this, if you want to hear more, just in a couple of weeks, you will be able to really see in terms of water use, pollution, land use, health, what is the comparison between a piece of meat produced, for example, in a lab compared to a piece of meat, the conventional meat that will just be coming from a killed cow or something like that. And then, yeah, generally we look at the fact that we need more research, but what research is more needed? Where should we invest? Where should countries probably invest more to try and understand whether we want to eat these products or not? Because at the end of the day, what the UN really tries to produce science for policy making more than for everyone else. We try to inform the policymakers from all over the world on certain issues. So this is the main part of my presentation. I just want to say other things that we do at UNEP since we are here. We look generally on how to better, how to improve the environmental impact of food systems. And another big report that we work on is the Global Environment Outlook that is now working on its 7th edition. And the 7th edition of the Global Environment Outlook will look specifically at solutions. So we are tired of always talking about what's happening, what's the state, everything is going bad. But now we're looking at what can we do to solve these issues. And this is a very draft stage. The report will be launched in 2026. But in terms of food systems, we're trying to look at certain goals. So how do we reach these goals? And these are the goals that we are focusing on. They are human health and well-being, sustainable terrestrial and marine ecosystem, climate change mitigation, equitable livelihoods, resilience to shock and stress. And some of the solutions are being studied at the moment, but again, these are preliminary results. Some of the solutions are really shifting to healthy and sustainable diet, improved crops, livestock and aquatic food production, reducing losses and increasing circularity, and also what I was talking about before, novel food and production processes. All of these, the GEO7 will really be a guide on all of these things that I'm just putting here in a bullet point. There will be guides on really steps to achieve these solutions, to put in place these solutions to achieve then these goals. So we hope that that will be helpful to many different people. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Sustainable production and consumption in a nutshell, isn't it? SDG number 11. Eh? I don't know, but you check. It should be number 11. Thank you very much. Can we give her a better clap? Thank you. I've seen a number of solutions that are coming up on sustainable production and consumption. And we'll be waiting for that report in 2026. In 2 weeks. Oh, beautiful. So we will be happy to have that component of the link so that we can be able to plug in into what is going on. And I agree with you. I was in Singapore and I visited that lab not so long ago, about 2 or 3 months ago. We also shared with one of our colleagues who also was there, and we were wondering how that would work in Kenya. Actually, one of our biggest problems now on the Kenyan soil is to be able to accept, for example, the genetically modified organisms. And you look at what is happening in Singapore, it's very close to that. Very, very close to genetic engineering of these foods to be able to make. If ethically produced, and if we can be able, because I think what is affecting the countries and what we need to deal with is suspicion of technology. Scientists, we are not believed sometimes because somebody imagines that you are working in the interest of somebody else. And when you bring in a solution like this, then the next thing is the socio-economic influence of it. Actually, what worries some communities is what will be the implication of that on the future generation. For example, what our politicians here say is that when we give you food produced in that manner, then there is no reproduction. So somebody is trying to family plan us without us knowing, and they are using scientists. Now, that is one of the key aspects, and I've loved their social approach to it. If we have to deal with it, then that anthropologists need to tell us how will we approach. Scientists don't know how to talk. We're actually not very good advocates of our technology. Basic scientists. So we have good technology that is able to help us deal with food security, which is being produced. But if not disseminated properly, then the community will be worried because of what I've told you. Actually, every community is worried. Am I going to give forth the future generation? So every person is looking at this food as the main source. So if somebody does not feel that they are likely to procreate in the future because of a particular food produced, then you can be sure it will be resisted, and especially for Africa. So those are issues that we have to deal with, but I've seen you have brought them very clearly. So we move to the next presenter, Dr. Alinovi Luca, who is going to take us through, I think, together with Alessio.
Alessio, unfortunately, is not here.
Yeah.
But I will take you through some mix of stuff, I guess.
That's okay.
I have both life in my blood. While we are waiting for the PowerPoint to start, which is the Aflatoxin. Yeah. Yes, that's fine. I just want to say one thing, which is, I think is sorry, I don't know if it's the PDF. It was sharing. Can I see the content? No, the source. Yeah, please. Yeah. You want me to give it to you from my, yeah. Yeah, from this, there is. Now, so I wanted just to say that what Professor Serafini was showing before, I think there is something very interesting, because I think in the last slide or something like that, there was a show doing, yes, that one. There was a show doing, preparing some food. Yes. And he called about polenta. Do you know what polenta is? Is actually exactly like ugali. And didn't you recognize a typical muico? Actually, it was like a muico. It's and it's the Italian traditional way to do our polenta. So in reality, we are very in a lot of things we are much more similar than what we think. The only difference is that we use yellow maize in most of Italy. There is a little area where we also use white maize, but at the end is exactly the same way. It was, yeah, thank you. It was on bronze, but normally the traditional one here is in clay. But even the shape was not too different from the pot. So sometimes, and that's a traditional way where we live. You heard a lot of things before which are relevant to what I'm going to tell you. One thing, I think we can start in a good note. We hope to finish in a good note as well. The good note to start from is that Kenya is incredibly ahead compared to other countries in taking seriously aflatoxin. And I tell you because I had different life in Kenya, different incarnation in this country. From 2013 to 2016, I was the FAO country representative. And we did a lot of research on aflatoxin at the time. That's why we decided to create Aflazir eventually. And we realized that there was a real big problem. There was a real big problem in the country. Your government, instead of hiding it under the carpet, as a lot of government do, several governments do. For example, some of your neighbors deny even the existence of aflatoxin. Most of Europe deny even the existence of aflatoxin. You guys took it very seriously. You burned 30,000 tons of maize because of aflatoxin. And it was the right thing. I'm sorry to say, for me, it's a pain to say it, coming from a background of taking care of food security and food safety, but you did the right thing, because at that time, that was the only solution. So I'm sure that all of you have at least a general idea what aflatoxin is, but I'll try to take a few minutes on it, because I think it's important. So, and the bad news is that, for example, if you do organic, you're likely to have more aflatoxin. So I heard a lot about bad chemical interaction product. I have a bit of doubt on that. I'll be happy to challenge some of those ideas, but that is my kind of agronomic side. I doubt a lot of things that I heard, but I don't want to enter too much on that side. I'm just telling you, if you don't do really carefully manage all the storage process and how you treat your maize, aflatoxin are there. The bad news there is that when we did that testing in 2013, 2014, 80% of the product in supermarket were having high level of aflatoxin, 80%, including very far away derived product like beer. Sorry for the one that love beer. Like milk, like eggs, like processed product. It's actually heavily present. I also want to give just another bad news to my Italian friends, because everyone has to have a bit of bad news. Aflatoxin traditionally was within the intertropical area. So it was an African, Asian, Latin American problem. And that was the way in which Europe treated aflatoxin. So the Europe traditional way is to make sure that the control at the border were made to avoid that the aflatoxin comes in with potentially contaminated product, which is still very much the case, to be honest. The risk is there. But with climate change, unfortunately, we are now having massive amount of aflatoxin problem that are generated inside Europe as well. So it's not anymore just a foreigner problem coming in. I was 2 weeks ago in Italy presenting something that I will show you, for which we got an award. And I was testing aflatoxin on Italian yellow maize, which I bought in a kind of a local shop. local shop for animal feed. And in Italy, the maximum allowed of aflatoxin is 4 parts per billion. And this maize had between 70 to 150 parts per billion. So the problem is very, very large. How that aflatoxin is generated is a toxin which comes from a group of fungi, particularly a group. There are several actually technically, but is the Aspergillus that is in the soil and is generating those spores which are protected by the fungi when they die, surrounding with the aflatoxin. And every time that we have moisture, so wet and dry, the aflatoxin get exponential because the spores grows up and then die again, and in dying they release aflatoxin again. As I said, normally is an intertropical issue, but in reality, the problem has become large. The smallest level of contamination that I found on literature, it was from my ex-organization, Food and Agriculture Organization, which is say 25% of the entire worldwide volume of cereals, of dry grains, is contaminated. Now, if you take numbers, for me is a bit of passion. My PhD, unfortunately, is in econometrics, so it was not. It was another side of the science, but I love numbers. And numbers tells us that if it's 25%, meaning a quarter, let's say that we produce at least 4 to 5 million tons of maize in this country a year. That means that at least 1 million, probably 2 million of tons are heavily contaminated. There's been a recent study, probably Professor Beatrice can help me to remember who was that Kenyan scientist, proving that 40% of the liver cancer in Kenya are coming from aflatoxin. And we are dealing with a very difficult topic, because a bit like AIDS in the old days, because you don't die of aflatoxin. To die of aflatoxin is very complicated. But you die from disease which are associated with aflatoxin, which are caused by aflatoxin. I remember everyone that aflatoxin is in the most cancerogenic group of toxin worldwide. So it's a serious matter. It's not that if you eat a bit of aflatoxin, it doesn't matter. No, it matters. And you know that you do it. You know that you do eat aflatoxin. Are we all aware of it? Because if you don't, you have to do a deep dive in that thinking. We do it because when we do what Professor Beatrice was saying before, so we go to our portion miller because we think is a very healthy maize to eat, we normally bring in a maize which has been already heavily contaminated. The one before us using the portion miller has been bringing contaminated stuff. We mix it with all of them, we get our kg out there, and we are doing a super deep eating of aflatoxin. So it's a serious matter. It is in the milk. A lot of it is in the one in the milk is just slightly less aggressive, but it's still very dangerous. So it's something that I'm not here to create over concern, but just to make sure that we understand what we are dealing with. And as I said before, the beauty is that your country is taking very seriously. And I will show you why. As you did with plastic bags, which I loved it. I found that you guys have been from one day to the night. The next day, we had to make disappearing our plastic bag at the risk of having big fines on our life. So I brought you some data, just to give broad numbers. Like 4.5 billion are exposed to aflatoxin, meaning more than half of us we are exposed to aflatoxin. And farmers lose money because control are increasing, even particularly in Kenya. You guys are pretty serious in controlling, and you cannot export. So you produce groundnuts, but you cannot export to Europe. Nobody trusts our groundnuts from here. I just put some numbers for whoever reference is. As I was saying, Kenya produces around 4.1 million tons. If you use FAO data, more than 1 million. is contaminated. If you use IFPRI data, 1.5 million. I mean, the number are pretty concerning. And the only thing that you can do is what I said before. You basically do incineration, you burn it, and you have to burn it at a temperature above 800 degrees. Now, that's a more internal Kenyan, my viewpoint, but you want to imagine what happened when we brought 30,000 tons from here, from Nairobi, NCPB, down to Mombasa to burn it in the Bamburi cement factory to reach that temperature. Trucks stopping around, selling aside, things were happening. The most crazy stuff. It cost more than $1 million to do that incineration, just to avoid too much funny things happening. It was a crazy thing, and the only way. The alternative is AflaSafe. You guys probably heard about it. These are very good guys. I mean, they're doing a lot of exercise. It's still a bit of science-driven, lab science-driven more than reality in the field, but it's a very useful result. Then we came in and we brought a different solution, and the good news is that it's in country. It is, you use ozone, that is a very aggressive oxidizing agent. And thanks to the ozone, we can break that molecule that is very stable, very solid, and we can break it in different molecules that are not creating any damage in using it. We're doing a lot of study on that, by the way. I will explain you more also on that part. And the maize that we have started to use for that comes out extremely in interesting condition. This is the plant that we are having in Kenya. I don't know why, yeah, maybe here is a bit better, which is at NCPB, where there is the silos in Nairobi. And there is a second one not too far from Kakamega, a bit far, in Bungoma, at the border of Uganda. And the one at the border of Uganda is more to control what comes out from Uganda and to make sure that we can treat it. The one in Nairobi is more for material that is arriving in Nairobi. We are just installed. So the one that you see in the picture is the one in Nairobi, and we are going to do hopefully the inauguration in the coming weeks. The University of Nairobi is testing us along the way and is looking at the quality of the product that comes out. And Kenya is the first country in the world that is finding solution. The good news from the Italian side, so congratulations, absolutely, for you guys. The good side on the Italian side is the technology and the capacity is mainly Italian. And we established a permanent company here, is AflaZero, that is able to support the development of those needs here and brings the best knowledge that we have on those type of things. We also did something interesting, which we launched this year. We are still at prototype level. It's the second problem of aflatoxin, which is probably even bigger. How you find if maize is contaminated by aflatoxin or not? That is a massive issue because a lot of those contaminations are invisible. Obviously, when there is more molds around, the smell, molds, etc., I will be alerted. But a lot of time you don't see it. You don't see it. You just have to bring it to a lab, and then depending, you can use very sophisticated ATRI-PLC. You can use ELISA, you can use lateral flow. There is several technologies that you can use, but cost time, money, the complexity. If you are in the middle of a field, to find someone which has a lab that can do it, it's far away and cost 2,000, 2,500 shilling per sample. So it's difficult, complicated, etc. So since we all feel, as you see from my hair, probably 22, 23 years old in my team, and we're all white hair people. So we decided to continue to do search and inventions, and we went for the Aflabox. Aflabox is a UV light. This is just our prototype. We just launched the prototype 2 weeks ago, and good things is it works. Is a prototype of a little box that you can bring in the field. You put inside your maize, you do a click, and you get in real time the analysis if it's contaminated or not by aflatoxin. And it cost 100 shilling per sample, not 2,000, 100 shilling per sample. So it becomes useful for the people really in the field. That's what we are launching. We got an award in Italy 2 weeks ago for this thing from a famous Italian magazine for rich people. I don't understand why they were so excited about us. We are talking about poor, but that's fine. It's called Fortune. And they found the best agrotech solution that we were bringing at this fair. And obviously we are using technology, artificial intelligence, cloud, ultraviolet, all these nice things, but make it very simple. You put inside, you click, you watch the number that comes out, and you know if you're contaminated or not. And these are the type of image that are treated. You see, more you have this pinkish reflectance, more there is contamination. So you have from the extreme right, the non-contaminated and heavily contaminated in this side. Now, the last thing that I want to tell you, and that's explain why I consider myself a little bit too early, meaning before citizenship, very Kenyan, apart of being honored to be Italian, is because we want to continue to invest in Kenya. And actually, we're also asking very much the Italian support to do so. And we are trying to develop the first center in the world for studying, researching, and development elimination of aflatoxin from contaminated material. It's a bit the same stages, where it's the same stage of what happened in the AIDS, in the HIV, when we discovered the drugs that were able to treat the disease. Before that, you remember, everything was about preventing, not make it happening. And with aflatoxin, we have been doing the same. We have done a lot of work to try to prevent aflatoxin to come, which remains a very good practice, as it happened with AIDS. Even afterwards, obviously, there was a lot of emphasis on prevention. But now we have also the way to treat it, to eradicate the aflatoxin. And so we know that still a lot of research is needed. So we already created an MOU, a partnership with the University of Nairobi to build this capacity. Very recently, they've given us an area. And we are moving forward to build, possibly from next year, the physical labs and the physical capacity there to develop the capacity to treat aflatoxin. There's a lot of excitement about that. Even other countries are pretty much pushing to be part of it. I know that our head of the director here of development cooperation is having dialogue with these other also donors which are interested, because obviously there is an important changes. And I think Kenya, I can say pretty surely, Kenya can be ahead of the rest of the world in this topic. And obviously, KNDI is super much welcome to join and be part of this process. You guys have a big role to play. So for us, you are most welcome to be part of the advisory board, to the structure. I mean, we'll look at it together at the moment, we shall be a bit ahead of us. And we want to attract here private sector that is interested to invest in this thing. We want to attract here super scientists, top worldwide scientists to be here. Our dream is that in 5 years from now, there will be Wazungu students paying what they're paying to their own university to come and join and do the PhD here in Nairobi. So a bit the reverse of what we are seeing up to now, because the knowledge has to remain here in Kenya, because you guys have been very open, very transparent, very strong to do that. That is our dream. I hope that will happen. You never know in life. These I leave obviously our contact, but I'm always in Nairobi. Actually, sorry, I'm always in Kenya. Because with my second company, which I'm not sure that I have the time to present it, but I can give you a very rapid focus. We are producing the good food. And there, I love to challenge a few things that I heard, because to me, since I produce food since 30 years and I work with real farmers, we're living around 15, 20,000 farmers working with us. I want to tell the first thing that I heard, that it's almost, I'm always in agreement with you, Beatrice, but I still have a little point to make, which is the best chemical lab that exists in the world about quality of food is this piece of our skull, nose and mouth. And if we are badly treated, it's our fault. If we are well treated, they are able to recognize exactly if what you eat is good or bad. So if we have responsibility of having badly treated, meaning, for example, get the mouth passionate about salt, is our fault. But the lab function. And I'll give you a couple of examples. Why the kids hate so much bitter stuff? Because all the poison that come out in nature are bitter. So the kids have a system in the mouth when it's even 1 month old to recognize that if it's bitter, it's dangerous. We don't need to discover through a scientific research if there is any bitter material. That is going to happen. And obviously, I hope that some of you will join at a certain point in time. In my house, we do always blind testing of every food. I'm bringing people and I'm passionate about honey. I make my own honey here. So I have tons of Kenyan friends that brings me, my honey is better. And so let's try it. We put 10 honey there and let's use this chemical lab. Believe it or not, even people which are not specialized in doing that, 95% of the people immediately recognize which one is the best honey without knowing why. The difficulty is to make the knowing why. So, I mean, I'm sorry that the previous presenter is not there, but if a meat doesn't taste good, you can tell me all the story. There is still something which is wrong. You can do a lot of lab work, and I love lab work. I spent all my life in science. But if it's not good, it's not good. And don't get in that trap because we are not eating fuel. We are not eating fuel. We're eating every single day, 2, 3, 4 times a day, something that can make good or bad to our body. The only thing that we cannot allow ourselves is ignorance. We need knowledge on what we are doing to our body because we get so passionate about the drug that we are taking left and right once in our life, and we are not interested in things that we put in our mouth 3 times a day, every day. That's where the problem is. So I don't know how to put here 1 second only my grower thing, which I guess it will be here, if I'm lucky. Probably. Is this one, right? Or otherwise on my, still I have it here. Yes. Yes. Okay. So what we do, we are following the entire value. I mean, I hate call it value chain. I have all my kind of psychological problem with agriculture sometimes, because in my opinion, we have devastated so much the capacity of the farmer to produce that there is no value, there is no chain. If there was value chain, I would have called it value chain. But there is cost for the farmer and a mixed puzzle of confusion that does not allow a smallholder to deal with a big producer. Yeah, thank you. And so we have created a company to unlock all this potential from a smallholder. And I want to give you just a sense of what we're trying to do. You know what is the most precious bean for Japanese? Is a strange bean called the red Japanese bean. They make sweet out of it. They make it's super good from a consumption perspective. It costs a fortune. And from a vegetable viewpoint, you know what is the closest cousin to that red bean? The red cowpea of Kenya. But you guys don't know it. You use it when there is nothing else to eat. You put some cowpea there, and you don't know that you have an incredible bean, a magic bean, that could make you, all of you, rich, but before becoming rich, make you healthy. And you do in the right way, because you're able to eat the leaves, which are very tasty. So my lab confirmed it's very nice and tasty, the leaves, and they're very nice and tasty, the beans. And so why we don't spend time to get value out of it? For me, it's crazy. And I can take you a lot around that stuff. So we decided that it was time to invest for us on a system that changed what we have called in an ecosystem language, the operational system of the farmer. The farmer are looking how to become economically viable. And the good news is that this is possible. And we have created a company which there is a lot of people talking a lot about several P's. You find 6 P's, 7 P's, everybody talks about P in the UN system. I'm so happy that I don't have anymore the UN hub. So I tell you, the only 3 P's that count for us are profit. If a farmer does not make a profit, he's not a real farmer. And we are educating the farmer to be beggars instead of profit maker. For me, it's an insult. It's an insult to my farmers. They have to be money maker. So profit, first of all, that's what any farmer thinks. A lot of people in Nairobi think to know the farmer because someone had a cousin or an uncle that was a farmer. The good news is that the farmer, to understand farmer, you have to be with the farmers. That's why you don't find me often in Nairobi, but you find me a lot in Kenya, because I spend time with our farmers. So it's profit, it's people, meaning our farmer, and it's planet. We can do it the right way. We can do it the right way without making the system suffering. That's the other thing which I get a bit annoyed when we think about solutions that don't consider the planet part of the system. So we do meat in lab, so it's okay. You know that you can do agriculture producing CO2, but you can do agriculture sinking CO2. Why we don't discuss this issue? Because we have 60% of our people in Kenya, which depends on agriculture. So we're going to have 50 lab technicians to become very rich, and 30 million Kenyan to become even poorer. I would think about that. I would think about that. And I can make them richer doing the right thing for the planet. Because the problem is also biodiversity. It's not, CO2 is the simpler one, to be honest. But you know what is the source of biodiversity? The first source of biodiversity is that strange animal that we mistreat so well called soil. And if we don't give to soil enough capacity to increase the diversity, on the surface of the soil, there will be no biodiversity. So it's very important to engage with that environment in the proper way. Just a few comparisons with the European Union. Africa has 4 times the arable land of European Union, and Africa is producing a quarter of what the European Union is producing per hectare. And the country where I come from, which I'm pretty lucky, is specialized in making very sensible solution to produce a similar volume. You don't need massive amount of chemicals. You don't need any massive amount of energy. You can produce energy if you do the right thing. This is Alessio, which was supposed to be there. Actually, Alessio disappeared under there is me, but the other one is Alessio that is hiding under there. Unfortunately, it was not okay, very surprisingly, but we come both with 30+ years, each one of us, of agriculture, most of it in Africa. And we have spent a lot of time to think how to solve those problems. We did it with private sector, we did it with FAO, we did it back to private sector, and we decide to understand how to deal with it. We are not great friends of middlemen, I have to admit it. We have taken out from the intermediation the process to allow making more value to the farmer. And we decided the farmer can make more profit. We help the farmer to create quality product. We have the farmer to do it better than organic. because organic allows a certain product to be used and considered not chemical. But for example, copper, if you use copper, it's pretty chemical. We don't have flowers of copper. We just use a chemical product to solve the problem. But for some reason, they consider it organic in the world. We don't do any intervention with the chemical products. We allow the farmer to produce a lot of pulses of leguminous and to increase the variety. By the way, you guys have been beating on yourself with the nyamachoma, which I personally also like when it's good. But you have incredible good balanced vegetable production as well. And the typical gideri, which in most of the region you make, can be extremely well done. I mean, if the maize has no aflatoxin, it's pretty good. It's pretty well. And we are spending time in organizing them on how to make money. We share money. That this company are not charity. I'm not a charity man. I'm actually a very bad, not nasty, difficult businessman, which for some crazy reason want to share his revenue and profit with the farmer. So we give access to market, which doesn't exist, but people use this language in Nairobi very easily, access to market, everybody access, nobody give access to market, because if they give access to market, they lose profit. To give access to market, you have to understand how to go to market. And we have a very strong strategy in doing that, because we are able to protect and save their produce. We remove middlemen. We make very clear chain of custody. What does it mean? Whoever eats one bean from us knows everything from the origin. And by the way, if you buy green grams from Copia, is our green grams. And we stay there. So every charity, UN, my previous organization, come with a project, finish the project and goes, and the poor farmer remain in the middle. We stay there forever. We are a Kenyan company. And this is the products that we are making. Prego, prego. So I just want to finish because it's going definitely long and I don't want to exaggerate. But that's what is happening when you do it right. That's the growth that is happening with our real numbers. It is not a theoretical stuff. In no time, we saw growing immensely the amount of farmers doing that and the revenue going in their pocket. And we use technology, knowledge, and we are able to make it. In 4 years from now, we intend to arrive to create what we call virtual cooperative, where all these pieces of work will be handled directly by the farmer themselves. And we are working on that to be there in 4 years. And for us, it's a business model. It's not a funding from donors. So it means that has to work, otherwise we lose money. Yes, and I'll finish here. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we are almost coming to an end. And Dr. Lucas, that's a very good presentation. You can agree with me, of course, when you say you have white hair. For us in Kenya, white hair means wisdom. And if your hair begins to grow white, if you're a Kenyan, then we start thinking about money and we ask you if you can give us some money. So the business model is coming out from your presentation and we are grateful. Now the question for scientists in Kenya, aflatoxin. We feed a cow rotten maize and we drink milk. So then the chain comes in. We get aflatoxin from milk. And so 80% of our foods in the supermarkets have aflatoxin. That is something to worry about. And of course, we are also seeing Kenya making serious efforts and leading on taking aflatoxin seriously. The question is, are we actioning it very well? to the point that we can eradicate. And the model of eradication is coming up with the collaboration with the University of Nairobi. And I think KNDI is also in the business model. And we are saying that 20%, 25% of grains in the country are contaminated. It's something to worry about. We don't want to call it value chain anymore, but we want to talk about the specific target. How do we eradicate the 25% aflatoxin? And so Kenya is the first country to find a solution to aflatoxin. And so we want you to stay more in Kenya now that you are the oldest, and keep on visiting KNDI. We are very good at spearheading also. When it comes to matters of saving humanity, I think this is the core. And so we want to be part of the process. And maybe Professor Nguka, now that he's going to present, would have given more rejoinder than myself. So the commercial aspect of agriculture, I think that value chain, if I call it that way, the Kenyan way, we want to strengthen that. And because of the capacity to coordinate also with the universities like Jomo Kenyatta, for example, and others, we can work together on this, on matters of collaboration. Can we clap for Dr. Lucas for the good presentation? We still have it in YouTube, and so those who want to go through it can have it. Now, our last presentation is coming from the owner. I know he has been working hard to rejoin. He thought that I would not be of equal measure. And I am sure I've fitted into the shoes very well. So we are inviting him to come and give us his last presentation. That is Professor Nguka. And Martin, you can come and set up. Thank you very much, Prof. Welcome. Thank you very much, Lucas, for that presentation. We enjoy, when you talk about aflatoxin, I've also worked on aflatoxin. As we were working on that basis, that it is very difficult to control aflatoxin. So there is an aspect of eradication, but also an aspect of dealing with it physiologically. And we have just finished a prototype study, which was focusing on how to deal with aflatoxin physiologically once it reaches the body. And we have finished the testing of spirulina. We developed spirulina, produced it, and then we tested it on animals, injected or made animals feed on aflatoxin. And we see how it is. We are measuring those stress factors, oxidative stress on those animals. And we were able to see that at least at animal stage, we were able to reduce the impact of aflatoxin significantly. The paper is already there because we've published 3 papers on it. And we are still doing more to be able to ensure that, or nutritionally we will recommend people that as you take this thing, please take a bit of capsules of spirulina at a dosage that we have already prescribed. So we have papers on that, which we have shared. But I agree with you, aflatoxin is a menace in the country. And as a country, we have realized it. And my colleagues, together with scientists, have worked on it drastically. And thank you for joining the war. They have made us proud. Thank you very much. So our last presentation is basically now getting us from where we are and beginning to think on how we are going to deal with ourselves in the future. We have eaten, we have done very well, and we are reaching old age. We reach, in Kenya, once somebody hit 60 years, we begin classifying you to be old. Now, in this study, we actually did, I didn't take 60, we took between 63 to 80 years, the ones that participated in this study. And the study was bigger. I'm just going to present one objective, basically focusing on dietary diversity, health and well-being of the elderly. And I will give you the basics, science of it, the statistics, and then end up by Now, giving the physiological parameters and how to deal with it, both in the community and also in the hospital setting. Being a clinical nutritionist, there is no way I will pass without giving it a clinical touch. In this study, we appreciate the fact that all of us are advancing in age. And we expect all of us to hit above 60, isn't it? And in our communities, as that we talk, between 2015 and 2030, WHO estimates that we'll have actually 56% of our population. And we expect that number to even grow towards the year 2050. Now, something that is interesting is that as you continue growing in age, a number of things change physiologically, including our activity level reduces. And but we don't reduce our eating habit. And that contributes to what Professor was talking about, a lot of wastage, biological waste in our body, which are dumped in our body in the form of adipose tissues. Now, that contributes to the degenerative diseases that has been talked about. And I'm going to touch on them very clearly. That's why when he was presenting, I knew this thing dovetailed very well, even without communicating to each other. Somehow, when we saw the topic, all of us dovetailed into the topic very well. So as you grow old, there is increased sedentary lifestyle, poor diets, of course, maladjustments, and poor utilizations of the foods that gets into our body. This is one of the objectives that we're presenting there, basically focusing on establishing dietary diversity scores of geriatrics. And we picked on this number within Kakamega. And one key thing that came out, which I would want us to focus on, the number, you can see as we continue aging, something that should concern you, women get more than men. As our age advances, we have more women in that age group compared to men. In the 80s, 90s, more women are there compared to men, and we were able to confirm this. Now, ideally, at our younger ages, we think that women, since they are making food, they should be eating better, isn't it? And therefore, they should even be having more dietary or better dietary diversity score compared to men. Coincidentally, in Kakamega, this was the reverse. Men are actually better dietary diversity score compared to women. And it ignited me. Why? I still have not established the reason, but somehow men had more dietary diversity compared to women. But on the opposite side, women had more fat, adipose fat than men. And there were more women on the obesity side compared to men. It's another thing that is actually igniting us. We need to be able to understand now. But as this continues, we were able to identify that the major food that is being eaten in Kakamega is ugali. Ugali is that corn we're talking about. In a larger, you can see 80% of those people were eating ugali. And there were vegetables, and fish was only contributing just 5% of their diet. So dietary diversity score was extremely low. You can see there is no fruits there. Can you see for yourself? For a period of that those guys would never ate any fruit. And you can now see the reason why we have issues as we continue. And men particularly hate fruit and vegetables. And you could see it also in there. So something that is interesting on that discussion is that at the end of it all, we concluded that generally, as we grow old, we had problems with malnutrition on both sides, from overnutrition to undernutrition in various aspects. And as nutritionists, we know very well that we have about 15 food groups, isn't it? Or you can collapse them into about 7 food groups. And we have 59 nutrients. For the benefit of these students, I would like to mention them. 59 nutrients are as follows. The carbohydrates are 5. That is glucose, the lactose, fructose, ribulose, and mannose. Those 2 are not common, but we find them in the human body. For the benefit of these students, I know lecturers have no problem. We have 2 nutrients in the fat group. The fatty acids and glycerols. You add that, that's how many? Yeah, that's 7. Okay. We have 20 amino acids. That is how many in total? 37. I'm not mentioning amino acids by name. So we have 20 amino acids. That is 30, 27. We have 14 vitamins. That's how many? 14 vitamins plus 27? 41. We have 16 minerals for the human body. So add 41, 57. Add water, and then add fiber. How many are there? 59 nutrients. Those 59 nutrients come from foods. And when we talk about dietary diversity and dietary variety, we simply mean in the dietetics perspective that those nutrients are reaching the body in the amounts which is called recommended nutrient intake. Now, that does not happen in normal circumstances. And as we grow older, we lose the efficiency to be able to have those nutrients. And in some sources, for example, when Professor was presenting, we saw some iron, for example, in spinach, and our ability to extract those iron through this human biological gut varies from individual to individual. But averagely, as people, when we are at this age, our efficiency is just 30%. So however much you take spinach, your capacity to extract iron from it, and by the way, the spinach iron is not the heme iron. So it is not, you need to think there is an aspect of what you call bioavailability. Now, that efficiency and ability to extract nutrients from foods reduces with age, and therefore gives the elderly another look. The ability of the elderly to even extract nutrients from those foods, the food groups that we've talked about, to get those nutrients varies, and it reduces with age. So that then leads to the contribution of malnutrition. And when I talk of malnutrition, I want you to understand it in the context of undernutrition, and so both are put there. So the elderly are at a higher risk of developing protein calorie malnutrition and vitamins and minerals. When I talk like that, I've covered the 59 nutrients. The frequency of these events increases with advancing age due to problems such as poor dentition, loss of taste. Even our taste of food begin to reduce, and even how food used to taste when you were younger changes. And some of us who are crossing over to 5th floor and 6th floor appreciate this. Even the quantities vary. Difficulties in swallowing comes in. Malabsorptions, as I've said, comes in. Then due to those degenerative diseases, we get involved into what we call polypharmacy, or use of drugs. So in the process, then the concept of drug-nutrient interaction also comes in. Are we getting each other? So that becomes a contributing factor. Other physical limitations. And by the way, this study, we also engaged in checking the physical activity. I'm not presenting it here, but it was one of the factors. Physical limitations such as inability to obtain necessary foods due to lack of transportation and dependence on others for shopping, lack of financial resources. You know, you have retired, no more money, or sometimes the children are not taking care of their parents. In fact, somebody said in Tanzania, just like, and I'm beginning to realize that it could be true. In Kenya, we have a law that you must take care of your child. I think we also need to have a counter law that you also, as a child, must take care of your parents, so that your parents should also have a right to claim their right from you. Because why do you have a claim of your parents and you just want to stay alone? That's the direction we are going. So you can see this guy, they now at old age, we have a problem with functional limitations, of course, lack of resources, and that in itself contribute to nutritional deficiencies. And deficiencies will be in all those nutrients potentially and imbalances. The non-perishable foods, of course, those preserved foods, super preferred foods also come in high in amounts of sodium. And she actually indicated nitrates and the processing that can remove some of the vitamins. In Kenya, we have had a very funny law of trying to replace those nutrients back, especially in processed corn flour. We are now incorporating some iron in it by virtue of by law, but we don't like it as a nutritionist. We think it should be targeted. We are actually propagating something called individualized management. Medications can interfere with the availability of some of the nutrients. And I decided to put this intentionally because it is my pet subject on drug-nutrient interaction. And I picked on specific drugs. There are an array, but I picked on specific drugs with specific nutrients that are affected. The most common drugs, those diuretics. We have the steroid-based diuretics, and we have the thiazide-based diuretics. If you go into the drug pharma world, hydrochlorothiazide is mostly used for as an antihypertensive. And even for the steroid-based diuretic, we use Lasix. And you can see the kind of nutrients that are lost. And this, we don't know whether they are recaptured back. Now, these are some of the problems. So that an old man, when you find them, and by the way, we were able to see clinically, a number of them have tingling extremities, which we refer to clinically as peripheral neuropathy. And very many other issues around seborrheic dermatitis. For example, when you talk about seborrheic dermatitis, people think it is a bit, if you rub yourself like this and you're able to see a lot of skin dust, that is a contribution, or what do people call dandruff. And there, a lot of dead skins, which is basically associated with vitamin B, biotin, for example. And you can see vitamin B6 is very problematic. Now, this vitamin B6 will see itself in terms of neuropathies and change in urine color. So a number of them will complain of cold extremities and will have difficulties or even locomotion, because as they touch the ground, even if it is on shoes, they feel pain. It is because of that, B6. And they have inability to absorb B6 because of the reduced, for example, hypochlorhydra, the reduced production of HCl in the body. And HCl is required for the absorption of vitamin B12 and B6 at the terminal ileum. You know what terminal ileum is, for the benefit of these guys? Terminal ileum, next to cecum. It's quite far from the duodenum to the ileum, to the terminal ileum, towards the last third of the ileum, towards the cecum, and then you now negotiate, or the foods negotiate through to the intestine. At that point, without proper HCl, there is no absorption. So these old men will be suffering from that as they use these drugs. Are we getting each other? Sorry. I decided to use this just to give you a simplified form of how human gut works physiologically. And you can see you need those nutrients and they come in. And we absorb and we exit. Now, whatever exits is in the form of what you breathe out, carbon dioxide, and that is basically the simplified form of physiology of how human body works, and by extension, the elderly. Now, this machine gets inefficient from 60. Actually, from 45, you need to be thinking, it gets the inefficiency are very significant. In certain physiology, for example, in urine, the urinary system, it gets weaker from 30. From 30 years, things get weaker. even your excretion gets weaker. So as you move on to 45, to 50, to 60, they are almost at a standstill. And that affects the nutrients. And by the way, as we talk about food, know that food's composition is not just nutrients. It was said to us we have phytochemicals and phenols, and generally phytates, which I'm going to also link something. I think we had talked something with Daktari sometimes back about some phytates and how some of the foods need to be avoided when they're. I also decided to give this as the major basis for malnutrition that we see in the adults. This is called the physiology of anorexia, that loss of ability to urge for food. So you generally lose, and at the end of it all, we have the malnutrition. The physiology, the changes in physiology, metabolism, body composition, and the physical functions in the older persons may alter the nutritional requirements so that the standards that you use when you are younger cannot be the same standard that you have to use for these guys. They have their own different standards. The changes in body composition include the decrease in body mass. And by the way, when somebody uses, for example, I'm sorry to take you to the drugs more often than not, because these things work together. When you use food and use drugs at the same time, they work together. And I will mention some of them. One of the key drugs that most old people use are steroid-based anti-inflammatory. And one of the most common steroid-based anti-inflammatory is called prednisone or prednisone. That prednisone actually extracts the calcium from the bone, and over a period of time, osteoporosis will set in and osteomalacia, which means most of the older persons will have loss of bone mass. And it even becomes worse for the female gender because they lost calcium and now they continuously lose it even during the old age. There is decrease in the water content, decrease in the lean body mass. You will see now the skin's hanging. There is increase in total fat. So sometimes more fat, especially in the visceral. Even for the thin people, by the way. And for some of us who have had opportunity in the anatomy, a very thin guy, but you get the lungs. I mean, of course, the heart is inside, it's covered in the lungs. In between, a lot of fat around the heart. And you wonder, why this small guy, how did this happen? Most of the fat finds its way there, especially on the older. And there is decline in organ functions. And some of the organ functions that you will be interested in are the kidneys and the liver. And like he says, Dr. Daktari was talking about some of the concepts which we talk in nutrition are very controversial. For example, when you overeat fruits, fruits has one of the carbohydrates in fruits is fructose. Fructose is easily converted into fats than any other. And do you know where it is stored? Liver. So then you end up with fatty liver. You can see how these things are complex. And therefore, when you're dealing with this, the other elderly, then you need to think about the principles of dietetics. So I have to quickly, I presented this. This is a concept which I brought in because of UNEP and sustainable development. Health and well-being is a concept of nutrition, physical activity, and environment. This is owned by myself. The patent is owned by myself. I developed it, and it is the concept that generated the third sustainable development goal. If you get into the books, those you'll find that this concept has been worked on, and it was presented in Ahmedabad in 2016. So how do you manage? And we have about 8 concepts in management of the elderly in nutrition concepts called ACOVE. ACOVE is just an acronym for assessing care of vulnerable elderly. Assessing care of vulnerable elderly, ACOVE. It's 8 concepts. It outlines the ACOVE indicators for malnutrition, for community dwelling and hospitalized older persons. And in that process, you must be able to understand the physiologic changes that contributes to the problem. If you don't understand the physiological changes, forget about managing those. You must be able to understand those physiologic changes. Identify the risk of malnutrition in the elderly, and discuss those nutritional screening and assessment. In the process, you'll also deal with the review of the basic nutritional requirements for the older elderly and discuss options of the nutritional interventions, review the ethical considerations and replacements of nutrition. Because some of them, for example, every person who prepares food will tell you, food must just pass through the mouth. Now, when you have the mouth and somebody wants to inject the food, then that is not ethical. So you only use other alternative mechanisms if the mouth can't work, because food and eating, the art of eating, is not just about the nutrients. There is also the social and the anthropological aspects of it that's mixing. And then in that aspect, you also identify the potential syndromes. So malnutrition is the condition that develops, and I'm defining it for the benefit of this concept, when the body does not get the right amount of nutrients, I just put it like that, as a result of reduced ability to diversify or variety of foods. Variety is within food groups, diversity is between food groups. Are we getting each other? Between food groups and within food groups. So geriatrics nutrition is not something that is only observed in third world. There is a lot of it in the developed world. And sometimes can be as little as just a single nutrient. And it will present itself either in the form of goiter, in the form of seborrheic dermatitis, in the form of loss of vision, in the form of many aspects. So malnutrition in the elderly is one of the greatest threats to health, well-being, and self-autonomy, or what we call functional independence of the elderly. And you will be able to see this in those documents that I've talked about. So a curve, as has been described, has been identified to be able to help us manage these indicators. And we are using those terminologies, if, then, because, and you will see them so often. And I'll begin with one. In all community dwelling elderly, one of the key things that a nutritionist should do whenever you visit them, weigh them, get the weight. So anytime I get into a facility or everywhere, and an elderly person is being managed and you have not taken the weight, I usually get annoyed because you have not taken the major indicator for these elderly people. And once you weigh them, document, because that is one of the best way of assessing or beginning to monitor the health of the elderly. And it will give you the prognosis of the elderly destination. The ACOVE number 3, indicator 2, is if a vulnerable elderly has involuntary weight loss of greater than 10% of the body weight, then it's a call for worry. So you need to look at related disorders, and you should be able to document that in the medical records, if possible, in a documentation, because that would be able to help you be able to deal with the potential indicators that could actually be leading to that. It could be either malnutrition, or the guy is not just receiving the right food. If somebody has lost teeth and you're giving him maize to crush, will he crush? Yes. So, or you are giving him meat. I also have a dad. My dad is approaching 80 years. And initially he used to crush a lot of bones. Today, I'm forced to buy mincemeat if he has to eat meat. And that's has come in. Then number 3, in community dwelling and vulnerable elderly, you have to document the weight loss and particularly the albumin aspect. I know sometimes it is very difficult to measure this in the community, but if the elderly comes to the facility, then we need to check on the albuminemia. Okay. So indicator number 3, still we'll focus on albuminemia. I'm not going to take you through those aspects. And this has to be checked accordingly. Mainly these are checked. You'll find them in all those who are being managed from conditions like renal disease. So you'll be able to find that. And indicator number 5 is that for the hospitalized, you check both the albumin, perialbumin, and cholesterol. And you'll be able to calculate what is called the protein gradient. Protein gradient is the amount of albumin in the urine vis-a-vis amount of the albumin in the serum. And you're able to check that. And many a times it is recommended that at this point in time, many of them will require supplementation, not just food alone, but at this point you'll make a decision of supplementation. Number 6, for the hospitalized, the caloric intake. And in this case, the emphasis for the elderly, as I've said, for example, in Kakamega, you'll realize that most of their foods have been tilted towards breads and cereals. Breads and cereals is actually the major contributor to the body fat. So at this stage, you'll have to control the amount of breads and cereal, or what we call starch, that goes into the body. Number 7, which is the second last, is that if somebody has specific deficiencies, and I'd already talked about bone or issues of low calcium levels because of a number of reasons. The ability of elderly to be able to use calcium in their body reduces. So most of them will have weak bones. So a number of elderly are prone to either fractures or dislocations, particularly hip. So in that case, you must be able to check on the post-operative care. And again here, my prescription, or this has been clinically tested, increase protein intake. Now, in this case, you'll never stop them from taking meat. In fact, we'll want them to take more meat, or foods that are rich in protein, particularly essential fatty acids, to be able to help in the, regenerating themselves. And lastly, on the vulnerable or with strokes and the persistent dysphagia, for 14 days, this in the clinical area will have to go the TPN. And in the TPN, again, you'll have to supply those amino acids. I think that is for decisions for our clinical nutritionists there. So this has been done successfully, and many of the patients of the elderly have benefited from supplementation of amino acids drastically, and that is the end of my presentation. In conclusion, please, anytime, wherever you are, even in the clinical area, in the community, dietetics principles that we mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Professor Nguka. And of course, that's not the end. What we know is that geriatric nutrition is a core area, and you'll have to come back because this is not the end of presentation. Because some of us were in class, and I could easily see many of us saying this is good teaching for trainers, and we need it more and more. I know our Italian friends are just about to go to the airport, and so I will not have a closing remark. So I want to call my counterpart, Dr. Elena, to come and close, and I pray for the food.
It's afternoon, so good afternoon, everybody. So first, I just want to say again that we are very happy to be here today. We started this small partnership with KNDI last year, and we just decided to give it another, point to strengthen it today. And hopefully we are going to meet and one other event in the future, maybe without waiting next week of the Italian cuisine. Maybe we can do it before. This is my hope and my suggestion today. So let's see what else we can do. I think that we have a lot in common to talk about and a lot of different experience to share. I remember that last year you presented the relationship between food and the insect, and this year Professor mentioned it. So, you know, there are a lot of things in common. We just discovered that we have ugali, we have polenta and you have ugali, and basically it's the same thing. And so you see that there are a lot of common ground that we can try to work around it. Now, thank you for coming. Thank you to all the speakers. I'm trying to look, Luca Linovi, Mauro Severafini, Beatrice, I forgot the surname. There it is. Gordon, and then there was Adele who already needed to left. And since also Ambassador has to go, I also want to extend his greetings and his thanks for hosting us today. Now, we talk a lot about food, and now it's also time for us to eat a little bit, hopefully in a healthy way. And if it's not 100% healthy, it's just for one day. So it's okay. So thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the day.
You know, we didn't create food. We found it. And we didn't create ourselves. But what we found, which enters the stomach, is what builds the body that you are carrying. And remember, there is what we call the food waste. Another definition of obesity is metabolic food waste. From today's lesson, what we want to say is that as we are going to eat, the food is blessed. When it enters the stomach, it will not become a metabolic food waste. The food is blessed, so when you eat it, eat in moderation. So what we do in moderation. And make a choice healthily. The hoteliers don't understand that. They understand the business model. You understand the healthy model. So use the lens of healthy model. Now, with us here, just before we go for Professor, you can come quickly. For this food, we have our guest also, very special guest. And Dr. Kiage, I know Jomo Kenyatta is also another guest. But for today, we have a guest that has performed very well. We promised them that they will get their license in one of the most wonderful events that they have never seen. And so the Imperial College of Medical Sciences is a very new college. And I can assure you that from what we found from their training aspect in the medical field, they have done very well within 2 years. And it is a place where we need to learn from. And so we say that they will come and collect their certificate here and not us take their certificate. And we want them to be better trainers. And their students here have also learned a lot. And so they see the direction of nutrition from the source. And so when the principal, I know your director is not here, it is your time to just pick your certificate and eat and go. But we are not chasing you. We are saying that it is a witness that is coming, being witnessed by the embassy, the ambassador. In fact, we call it diplomatic environment. And that is why I want Professor Nguka to hand over this officially for you. And we want you to train better. And remember, as we continue training, we also have studies in Italy. So if you want good nutrition, you can proceed on to Italy also after you're finished with Imperial. So we need to get them. They are running to get their certificates, but I think the principle is most important. So thank you very much and congratulations. And this is how we do it. So eat and go. So Professor, maybe we can also give a gift to our ambassador. Yes. He has just left, and we are handing over to Dr. Elena. Yes. And so our team, we have a gift here, which is our team from Italy, who can kindly come so that we all get this. And I think Professor also needs this one. Yeah, one. So this is for Thank you very much. That is for the ambassador. It has our journal there, and of course, the notebook.
I thought I called them though.
But you are also getting yours. Because I remember what you just said.
Yes.
We have to be very, very cautious.
Exactly.
Because the business model is becoming very, very lucrative, and I know Martin is waiting to give a call.
Absolutely.
So this is our journal series. I think that's what we're thinking about. It is a notebook for the GLP series, 2023-2025. So our thanks must begin now. We'll give this to Professor.
Yeah.
Professor Field Tech is my area.
Ah, wow.
Today, and we have to work together.
Absolutely.
Yes, and then we give you Dr. Lucas. The Italian team, wisdom is very important.
Thank you so much.
So the business model, basic science, and particularly the laboratory.
Yeah, but trust me, this lab works well. I've been eating termites in Kakamega, which are okay.
Yes.
So the problem which I have is with fried cricket from Uganda because of the oil that they use, not for the cricket.
Okay. So thank you very much, and we wish you
welcome to Kakamega.
Yes. Thank you very much. We can clap for our team, and we can go eating because it is blessed already. So now, Elena.
Oh.
Elena, I think now one thing I want to tell our team online and also those who are here is that Elena is Dr. Elena is the director of the Italian Cultural Institute, and this is hosted within the embassy of Italy. And there's also Italian Nutrition Institute that the ambassador said we would want to collaborate with from Italy directly so that we can have a bigger team on nutrition, and healthy food is very important. And so we give you this. Please keep it and keep in touch.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you for hosting us.
It is well.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go eating. And for those who are going, let them eat. Huh? And for those of us who are online, we appreciate you very much, and we are happy. Martin will close that and tell them something. Martin, you can tell the online people something.
Nothing, I'm telling. Thank you everyone for taking time to join us this morning. We appreciate your participation and engagement. Thank you for even those reviews. For those that were following on YouTube, there is a link for Google Documents registration. You can put your registration details for award of CPD points. Thank you very much and enjoy your afternoon. The curtain falls.